Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. It's everlevelconcrete.com. John,
Hello.
Josh, and Nick are all here.
Yeah.
John is at the side of the place where his face turned into outer space
Oh, is that here?
that one time.
Space John?
Yeah.
My face turned into outer space.
You don't know about this?
What did
movie?
what did I
Holy
trans?
God.
Did I like transform?
No, there was a meme, John. John, you know about memes, right?
Yeah, I'll upload it.
Oh yeah. Okay. I
When
know
you
what
looked
you're
like
talking
Mr. Burns from that one episode of The Simpsons, where he was all irradiated and looked alien-y.
There it is.
Yeah.
about. Yeah, that was a very poorly done meme.
It's a great meme.
I disagree,
Who
John.
made this? Is
I
it one of the birds?
I don't know, but it's bad. It's not good.
Disagree
It's very
completely.
bad.
It's very good.
Very bad.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
maybe it's so
So
bad
funny.
it's good, but it's bad.
Dwayne says John looks like he's at a bowling alley.
You kind of do.
Yeah, it's like I'm going to see the scores behind him. Are those lights behind you, John? What?
Those are TV lights.
Nice.
Are you
This
in a
is-
TV booth?
Yeah, this is I judging by, well, there's a little tape here on these monitors. This is where the MSG network is.
Oh, for hockey.
For hacky.
Nice.
So I got all
Go
these
Rangers.
monitors and
Well,
I got
wings
these
guy.
hot boxes and all this stuff in here and these TV lights and oh my, is that Neil in
Yeah,
the background?
Nick's
Or is that like a cardboard cutout of Neil?
That would be funnier.
I wish we had a cardboard cutout.
We
That would
need a
be
cardboard cutout of Neil. Why is Neil in the studio?
Neil's around, man. He's just here.
Awesome. Yeah.
And John
Oh, and
is
John
now-
Nielsen's here now too.
What does he say?
Oh, they're kicking him out.
Oh,
Oh,
They're
I
kicking
see.
him out.
Yeah, anytime there's an unauthorized person, they have to be accompanied by an
Bye,
adult.
Neil.
Bye, Neil. Great to see
Bye,
you.
Neil.
Bye now.
Love
Neil,
you.
we thought Neil was going to go to John Nicely's cake party, which starts at 2:00.
That's awesome.
Kink party?
No, he's
Cake, John.
John.
Oh,
Cake.
bonk.
cake.
Bonk.
It sounded like you said king.
It may have.
Check the tape. It
Yeah.
sounded like king.
I may have said it. I apologize. I meant cake.
John says, "Why is John screaming? Isn't that Josh's bit?" It did get really loud for a second.
Why am I screaming?
Well,
No,
you
not
just got you spiked up for a quick second there at
Yeah.
the start. We got you.
You're good though now, John. You sound great.
Yeah, John, you're beautiful. You sound good.
You
What
look
time does the
amazing.
first game start at MSG?
In 1 hour and 5 minutes.
Oh
Nice.
my God, Big East basketball. These two before the show, they were like, "Can we turn on more TV so I can watch not basketball?"
No, I said, "Can we get that other TV on so we can watch hoops?"
And
then
Nick said,
went,
No, I said, ew, I don't like basketball.
That is such a stupid take.
"Yeah, Nick, you got everything set
Especially
up. Let's get
week,
this TV
man.
working."
This is a great week for basketball.
This is an excellent week.
It really is. It's a nice week. You got hoops on. All sorts of hoops. Look at this.
Yeah.
You seem excited about it.
Sports on during the day is incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Oh,
incredible.
it is the best. There's nothing better,
Around?
at least when we're in the studio.
Oh man,
The only thing better than when we're in the studio is when people bring us free stuff.
Oh, God. I
That's
do like
true.
that.
Remember
Right.
those wings on Monday?
I do. Poor Michael wasn't allowed to have any. All right,
Oh,
what's,
he could have. He just,
Yeah, that's
decided to be weird.
so what's the tournament that's on USA?
that is the A10 tournament.
Dude,
USA.
there's a
So
world.
we were
USA.
watching Richmond and Davidson earlier, and a player for Richmond broke his finger. He was pointing the wrong direction.
That's not good.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and the
Ouchie.
trainer came up. So they
Ouch.
got him like an ISO shot. He was
That's
holding
ET,
up his
Nick.
hand like this, and his pinky finger
Ouch.
was pointed the other way. And then the trainer was like, "Whoa!" And then he covered it up like people on television were going to be scarred from seeing it. They were kind of right.
Very nice.
and then Brian Baldinger showed up on the NFL Network and said, "Look at my finger."
Look at this.
Pointed
Look
like
at this.
They're right. They're all pointed
17
different
degrees
directions.
wrong.
If your
Yeah.
last name is Baldinger, you should be a baseball player.
He's a football player.
He was quite the football player.
You know, there's a world where we are 30 minutes away from Nebraska playing a basketball game, but that is not the universe that we live in.
It's
right
because
now.
they lost to Iowa.
They lost to Iowa. And like
Nebraska
everybody.
failed to make the Big Ten tournament.
God.
People forget
The
that.
more you say it out loud, the worse it gets.
It keeps getting worse every day.
Yeah.
Remember the other day when John was evil and tried to give people hope that Nebraska could make it?
On Friday, he was like, they can still go
Well-
to the NCAA tournament. They
My-
didn't even make their conference tournament.
My
Well,
name's
if
John,
they-
and I like to twist the knife.
Oh, yeah.
No, it was not
Stabby,
twisting
stabby.
any knife. It was I mean, if they would have won, they would have been in. And they were favored. Blame Las Vegas.
I will not blame Las Vegas.
Iowa should have been favored
I
by
will blame
12 and a half, apparently.
Who will you
Nebraska.
blame?
Nebraska, the team, the whole organization.
University.
Yeah, non-conference scheduling in football. I'm going to blame all of those.
Trev.
Things. Why didn't Nebraska get credit for beating Colorado that helped the basketball team?
Why didn't they get credit?
That's what people apparently are asking.
That rule had a lot of things to say yesterday.
Oh my God! So I got here yesterday. We got here, and the room, my room, of all the people that checked in, my room was the one that wasn't ready. So I sat down in the lobby, and the nice thing is they got a nice lobby, and there's places to plug in, and so I just connected to the internet, and I thought, well,
are you a robot?
I'm waiting,
there's places to
while
plug
I'm
in.
waiting, I will listen to the replay of the Matt Rule press conference.
Radio replay.
And man, he had some takes.
Yep, he's got takes. He has got a lot of things to say.
He loves talking.
He does. He's in the wrong business. Though I guess being a coach pays more than being a radio host. So most of them. Stephen A.
Yeah.
Not so much for Stephen A. But
Matt Rule will have a career with Stephen A. He could be like the Stephen A. of college football if he decides to.
He's already the ambassador of college football, though.
Rule is?
Yeah.
Really? Who made him that?
Wasn't that that article? We called him the ambassador of college football.
Mandel.
Thank you.
Said like he was like the ambassador.
You should have known that.
I don't know what
Stuart Mandel.
We talked about it.
Stuart
I didn't
Mandel.
recall them being called the ambassador of college football.
Mandel called him.
It wasn't the ambassador. It was the arbiter of all.
arbiter.
Yeah,
of
ambassador is a
college
way
football.
different job. That's why I was confused. I'm like, ambassador?
Classic.
Yeah,
Classic
sorry, Nick.
mix-up.
Sorry, Nick.
My bad.
Yeah, it's okay. I forget.
Sent.
Yeah, sent. Oh, was John was here for that, right? John, were you here for
I have no
Scent?
idea what you guys were talking about.
For Scent
Yes,
Gate?
yes,
Okay.
yes. I was here for Scent.
Remember on Monday?
Oh, Scent. Yes. Yeah, I do remember that one.
That was fun.
He definitely said.
Mhm.
Speaking of scent, Connor, get your nose ready for the scent of New York City.
Oh,
Happer loves
I
that smell.
cannot wait.
It is one of the weirdest smells.
Give me the landfill combined with
Rats.
yeah.
12 million
Landfill.
people.
How do people
It's
love New York City? That
exhaust
place
fumes.
is disgusting.
You've never been there.
I have
it
been
is
to New York
dirty.
City.
He was
I
like
hated
12.
You
is
don't
pretty
know
dirty.
New York.
it. I hated it.
You were
You-
12.
Midtown is dirty. The southern part of the strip, the business district is
Clean.
much cleaner.
Yeah.
But yeah, Midtown is very, very scenty.
If you're looking to go to a super clean, like a place with really clean sidewalks and a bunch
Who
of trash
cares?
cans everywhere, go to Phoenix.
Yeah,
Like,
who cares?
Yeah,
Yeah.
This is not.
Nick, you said, why do people love New York? Because there's a million things to do. You can do everything you want to in New York.
If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere.
I don't want to make it there. I'll make it anywhere else.
I don't think you can.
Also, I feel like that's not an accurate statement. Like, if you can make it in New York, that doesn't mean you can make it in rural Wyoming.
I think you could.
No, that's actually no. That's
Rural?
Actually, I'm
I'm
on Nick's
always-
side
Rural
on this.
Wyoming?
I'm on Nick's side on this. If you can handle a wild elk who's coming after you, you're not going to get many of those in New York.
Hmm.
I don't know, but New York, it hardens you, right?
Nice.
It'd be-
I don't think so.
not a lot of people in rural
it-
Wyoming could handle an elk either.
Oh, good point.
I think they could.
They
Could they handle the
because they're
stinky trash
armed.
cans of New York City?
Yeah, give a New York person a gun. They can handle the elk.
Well, they'd try to rob a bank right away, Happer.
Okay, all right.
Of all the
I've seen Spider-Man.
Right wing.
Of all the
I've seen
Stupid.
Spider-Man.
of all the stupid reality shows, have they really done one where we take like a typical
Oh,
New
a hick?
Yorker and a
Oh.
typical like person from Wyoming or
It's like when they
or-
trade families but trade cities.
Yeah.
Yes.
right
a
and
great
just,
idea.
and,
Wife
and they
Swap was
try
a weird show.
Yeah.
because I mean there's definitely some fish out of water that could really be entertaining. Like I would love to take some of these native New Yorkers and bring them to where we live and just watch how their minds are blown, and then vice versa.
Well, they'd be
Like
happy
I think of my
'cause
dad. My dad could not handle this city. He would hate it.
Wow. But they have a lot
Absolutely
of coins
hate it.
I
there.
just love this. I love the speed. I love the pace.
Mm.
I love how fast everything moves and
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a good
Well,
comp, though,
it
John.
moves fast until you're stuck in a long line of traffic. So it's in a rush to get nowhere.
No
Yeah.
traffic in Wyoming. John, I don't know if that's a good comp, though, because if somebody from New York comes here, they're going to find the best New York slice.
That's true. Yeah. Have you done that yet, John?
Zio's Pizza.
Zio's Pizza.
By the way, the Sbarro that's here in right across the street from the Garden has really leaned into it. I didn't take a picture of it, but they've got on the window get yourself a New
Authentic
York
New York
slice.
slice.
Yeah. So they have really leaned into the whole
Well
Michael
done.
Scott bit.
They had that up there a couple years ago when I was at that exact spot. I remember thinking, oh my God, there's actually a Sbarro right there. And they are really into the bit.
That's good.
right
Asian,
there.
Asian Joe says, poll question, does New York make you hard?
It hardens you.
Oh.
Doesn't make you hard. It
Mm.
hardens you.
Mm.
That's all. I am very excited.
Yeah, well, we're excited to get your boots on the ground reporting
I will.
from New York City.
Apper's
Yeah.
just excited to get his bagel from a guy who wants to slap
Oh,
him
yeah.
in the face.
We got to talk about this bagel gate, John. So you ordered
Yeah.
who ordered a bagel and did it wrong? Was
John-
it John?
no. Okay, so-
or you're ordering it wrong?
I don't know how John ordered it, but John ordered a bagel this morning, and he
Nice.
talked about it on Twitter.
Yep.
And then Stibb said that bagel better have had egg,
and-
cheese, and
yeah.
sausage on it. And I
Yep.
said, Stibbs, whatever happened to the
Schmear.
good, whatever happened to the good old fashioned bagel with schmear?
And he said, go to Brugger's if you want that.
And I
bagel.
said I'd flip it. Like if I'm at Brugger's in Omaha, I'd rather get the bagel sandwich. I
Yeah.
want the authentic bagel.
you want
in,
the schmear?
in New York?
I would
Yeah.
agree with Connor on this.
Oh!
I don't
because,
like
I mean-
schmear.
It's cream cheese.
Not
I
a
don't
schmear
like
guy.
cream cheese.
I don't like the word
Really?
schmear.
You
I
would
don't like-
love cream
Oh.
cheese. You're a child.
I don't know.
What is wrong with cream cheese? It's
I don't like
flavored.
the texture.
Texture.
Okay, it's
What, John?
It's
What?
basically between
What?
the slime you put on your sandwich. It's
I like
basically
that slime.
it's the difference between it's like in between slime and ice cream when it comes to texture.
I like slime. I like ice cream. I don't want them to combine to make a weird.
No,
It's
no,
not
you
weird.
don't think about
It is to me.
You're talking texture. I'm talking texture. You can flavor the cream cheese however you want.
don't
You
like
can
the
flavor it just like the slime you put on your sandwich.
No, but I don't like the texture. What? This is a
That
normal
is-
opinion.
that is not normal.
How is it not normal?
I don't understand what it is about the what.
I don't
Yeah,
know. I can't
it's-
explain. I don't like. It's not that I hate it. I
You
just
hate
don't
Dairy
like-
Queen?
No, what?
What?
The
I mean-
texture of cream cheese is pretty close
It's
to
a
Dairy
spread.
Queen.
There's-
soft-
There's
No,
lots
no,
of
it's
spread. How about like peanut butter?
I love peanut butter.
Yeah.
I love peanut butter.
It's the consistency of peanut
No,
butter.
it is not.
Yes.
Cream?
Yes,
no,
it
okay,
is.
no. I'm with Josh on this one.
Rats.
I don't mind cream cheese, but I get not liking the texture of something.
See, I think you're conflating the texture with the flavor
No,
because the texture is like a normal. It's
Not to me.
creamy.
John,
It's-
you don't think
it's
mayonnaise has a
creamy.
flavor? Like I don't know what to.
I don't
That's
understand
right, and
the
that's a
tex-
good opinion.
It's not. There. It's gooey. It's not. There's no texture.
Yes.
That's not true.
Cream cheese
Yes,
is
it
not
is.
gooey.
What is wrong with the texture?
I don't like it. What do you want me to say, John? I can't
No,
explain why I
okay.
don't like it. It's hard.
See, because
You
I
have
think
been-
you're thinking flavor, not texture.
I know what's happening.
No,
you have
Jo-
been like one of the idiots who puts it on their pizza.
No, I don't like when people do that.
Cream cheese on pizza is disgusting.
I think it's gross. I hate when people do that. It's ruined pizza for me.
Yeah, because it ruined all pizza too.
No, ruined
Oh,
that
ruined-
slice. I'm
ruined
like,
that.
oh
Great.
man, why does this pizza taste funny? Why is there a weird texture on this pizza?
Josh, their problem is they've never experienced something where they
don't do
didn't like
this.
the texture of it, so they can't comprehend what you're saying.
Is that what's going on here?
It's
What are you
possible-
talking about? There's plenty of things that I don't like texture-wise, but
Like what?
Like in food wise?
well, like sand. It's coarse, it's rough, and it gets everywhere.
You're not eating sand
eat
though,
sand,
John. We're
John.
talking in a food context.
Yeah, don't eat sand.
You've never
Well,
eaten something and you're like, I don't like the way this
No,
feels on
actually,
my tongue.
no. You're right, Nick. I don't because I am not a child.
That's not okay.
Great
I don't
point,
think-
Connor.
This is not about being a child or not.
It is.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
I don't, you know
it's
what?
pretty childish.
My baby is 7 months old, and when I tried to give her something that is not completely pureed,
Yeah.
even though it tastes delicious, she goes, "Bleh."
Well, does she have
No,
any teeth?
thank-
She can't even
No,
eat it.
thank you. No, she does have 2 little tiny teeth right here.
Oh, congrats on the teeth.
I didn't
Yes.
realize she had teeth now.
She's got 2 little
the
baby teeth.
teethies.
She
She's
bite.
got teethers.
She biting everything.
Yeah,
She got one of
bites
those
it-
ice rings.
She bites everything. John froze in the stream. That's
Uh-oh.
kind of funny.
Did I?
Oh, he's not
I didn't
frozen
freeze
for me.
on mine.
Oh,
It must
okay.
be your internet.
You
Oh,
caught back up.
It's got to
now.
be your fault.
Yeah, it does.
But yeah, I mean that's it, right? It's
I don't think so.
I don't think it's a childish take. A lot of people don't like textures of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't think I've ever heard anyone say I don't like cream cheese because of the texture.
Well,
That is a new one.
It's nice to meet a person who can say something, John. It's there's
You can. You said many things, and then
This is
later
normal.
on, you learn to like cheeseburgers, and you
I
learn
did.
to like mashed
See, and
potatoes
I've had many
gravy.
things with cream cheese. I don't like cheesecake. I don't like cream cheese on pizza, and I certainly don't want no schmear on a bagel.
Have you
Come
ever had a
on.
schmear on a bagel?
I honestly don't know.
Holy crap.
I can't totally say.
See, I think you should.
Because I don't like cream cheese.
You've
so
never
why
had
would I
a bagel with cream cheese.
If I don't like cream cheese.
You are 35.
What's a 36? What's a food happer that you don't like?
I don't know.
John
Happer
doesn't
likes
like mayonnaise. John wouldn't put mayonnaise on his bagel.
Yeah,
Well,
but
of
you
course
wouldn't
not,
put mayonnaise
because I'd
on a
put
bagel.
cream cheese.
You could though.
Mayonnaise is a weird thing to put on a bagel.
You couldn't. You wouldn't.
Chance says I don't like coconut because of the texture. Charles says onions are the worst. Texture is gross. I love onions, though I don't like cooked onions.
The texture of onions? I don't get
Yeah,
it.
Do you know what texture means? Maybe you need to Google
how
texture.
it feels?
You need to maybe
The
see what's going on
mouthfeel.
here. Have you never heard of mouthfeel, Happer?
Yeah, but I
The
can't imagine
texture
it-
of onions is pretty close to the texture of apples.
Like you're
But
not
it's not
biting
the
into
same.
an onion. You're not biting into it.
Right.
I like onions. It wasn't about. It
I
wasn't
also
about
like
me.
onions.
This was somebody else.
I like onions.
Josh, I'm on your side here. I
Thank you, Nick.
understand.
Yeah,
I like cream
you
cheese,
and
but I
Nick-
understand what
Yeah,
you're
I mean,
saying.
this is such a bummer. But I'm happy to have you,
the
Nick.
children are siding with
I'm
each
on
other.
your
You
side.
can go to the
no
kitty
children.
table.
There's nothing children. Jed says cream cheese is dumb.
Cream cheese is dumb.
Katie says John hates sand because he hates the sun. And John is definitely out on the sun.
I am out on the sun.
Yeah, we do know
That's
about
why John doesn't like to eat sand because
that.
of
Yeah.
Because it reminds
because
him
of
of
the
the
sun?
sun.
because the sun is bad.
Yeah. Mhm.
You gotta have a bagel with cream cheese at some point in your life.
Get one from
Yeah.
New York and send it back, and I'll try it.
No,
for you.
I'm not. No, you
Well-
can get a good one here. It's fine.
Can I?
Now I'll say this: the bagels here are very good.
They're better.
I mean,
What
they,
makes
they,
them so good?
it's
Is
the
it
water.
Everyone
They
always
claim
talks
it's
about
the
the
water.
water.
they claim it's
Like
the
the
water,
pizza
but
place over here that has water.
It's the water for the pizza
The
too.
New York water. What do you inject into the water to make it
it's
New
probably
York?
garbage water.
Yeah, no, there's a lot
Yeah.
of garbage in the New York
Yeah,
water.
There's probably
Nice.
garbage water.
Don't look at the
Yum,
bay. Don't
yum,
look too
yum,
closely there.
Yum 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 yum.
but it
they
tastes
get it
good.
right out of the Hudson. It's
Mhm.
delicious.
That's where
It's all the acid in the water. It helps crisp it up.
Keena says these people who don't understand texture is the inside of your mouth just numb.
no. I just
She's
no,
an
we
adult.
do understand texture, but I'm trying to explain that the texture of cream cheese is pretty doggone close to soft serve ice
But
cream.
it's not, and that's the thing,
Yeah.
John.
What do
Just
you
because
mean
it's
it's
close
not?
doesn't mean
I'm
it
saying
isn't.
it's close. It's pretty
John,
damn
you
close.
can't get triggered when again you say that mayonnaise doesn't have flavor, and it obviously does have flavor to it.
It does not have flavor to justify the caloric intake. It's basically flavorless.
No, see, that's a different argument. You're making very different
That's
arguments
the
now.
same argument I have been making
No.
since the very
You can't
beginning.
say it doesn't
but
have
then
flavor.
you people, and I do mean
It doesn't
you
have
people,
flavor.
twisted my words.
It doesn't have flavor.
And so
doesn't
now
mean
I just
the
say it
flavor
doesn't have flavor.
isn't worth the calories. Those are two different statements.
That's literally the
different
very
statements.
first time we had this argument. That is
Nope.
the exact point that I made. I'm sorry that you have cream cheese in your ears and the texture is infecting your hearing,
Nice.
but that's what it was.
Nice.
Saying that cream cheese and soft serve ice cream are the same texture is wild.
Yeah, it's
though.
a pretty
That's an
crazy
insane
thing.
thing to say.
It's close.
No.
It's close.
it's as close as I can.
What about
think
sour
of.
cream? What about sour cream?
What about it?
Yeah, dude.
You
what
like
do you
sour
think about the
cream?
texture of sour cream?
I only like sour cream as a base. I don't put it on anything.
what do you?
Right,
how's the
but you don't
texture of
object to it because of texture.
No, yeah, I did. The flavor's just what it is. But the texture has nothing to do with why I dislike it or why I don't want
But
it.
the
Right,
texture,
but that's another thing that's pretty close to
Okay,
cream.
but I don't eat sour cream, so I don't know what we're talking about.
the
here.
texture does have something to do with it for cream cheese, but not sour cream.
Yeah. I don't know why
They're
that's so
similar textures.
No,
I
sour
don't know.
cream.
Are they? I don't eat
Sour
either
cream
of
is
them.
more viscous.
I
Than,
don't eat sour cream.
I'm trying
Cream
to come up
cheese.
with something close.
I
you
don't
know?
eat
like
it.
I still feel like peanut butter is like the closest one.
Yeah, peanut butter's the best one because the texture of peanut butter and cream cheese.
I don't
very,
subscribe to
very
that.
close.
I think peanut butter.
How do you not subscribe to that? Have you
peanut
ever-
butter's way thicker than cream cheese?
Cream cheese is pretty thick.
Thicker, really.
Peanut butter's thicker than cream cheese. Absolutely.
All right, get some stuff.
What
and
are
let's-
you cream cheesing? You know, how are you using your cream cheese?
Put it
Yeah.
on a bagel
How do you get it?
with
or-
a knife.
Yeah, from a block.
No,
How do you get
Like
your
the-
cream cheese?
Philadelphia, like the containers. Like you
Okay,
get
yeah,
So you
containers
got
of cream cheese.
that's whipped cream cheese.
Okay,
It's
that's the only
it-
cream cheese I guess I've had then.
All right, it's a little bit thinner,
Okay,
right? And
Yeah,
it's already kind of watered down a little bit. The block of the
It's
like,
aerated a little more.
I guess I've never had a block of cream cheese.
There you go.
Hmm.
Get used to it.
What?
Have a block of cream cheese.
Do you think you'd like aerated cream cheese better?
I have
I'm not
no
sure.
idea. I have no idea.
I'm not sure what we're
Dave
talking
Fight
about
says
anymore.
1620 is the 1995 Huskers of bad food takes. Who is the bad food take of this segment? Is it me?
You.
I think it's a normal
You
take.
for never
You.
eating cream
it's a
cheese.
normal. I've had it again. I have had cheesecake. You don't ever have cheesecake. You're like bummer. Why couldn't it just be cake?
I don't like cheesecake.
No.
Cheesecake is
That's
not
how I
good.
feel every time I have
because
cheesecake.
I
I'm always
treat
like,
them as different. I treat them as different desserts. I don't.
don't want it.
Oh wait, I guess I've had cheesecake. Then I have had non-whipped cream cheese.
Sure.
Yeah,
I don't like
that's-
cheesecake though.
Yeah, whenever I have it, I'm like, here you go, honey. You get an extra slice of
I
cake.
like
I don't want it.
cheesecake.
Then
Cheesecake's
people are
good.
like, here, put some fruit on it. It's like, no.
It's not what I dislike about it.
Peter is saying Josh and Nick have the bad food.
So if I
takes.
would have just said I don't like the taste, would that have then changed?
would have been
the-
Well,
more
sure.
acceptable.
Wow, that's
Sure.
Why
so
is
wild
that
that
more
you guys got
acceptable?
so triggered by the texture. I'm not a
because
fan
the
of.
texture is close to peanut butter, which you love,
I do love peanut butter. I had some today.
and that's a
It's very
similar
good.
texture.
I just think sometimes people just say it's the texture when it's actually just they don't like
You're
it.
saying that
Right.
I'm like other people. Is that what you're saying?
This
Happer?
is some people say that.
Yeah. Well,
That's all.
maybe it's because that's my true feelings. It's how I truly
So
feel.
you just don't like it.
I don't like it.
That's
I'm not
okay.
a fan.
That's all right. That's fine.
There you go.
I got no problem
All
with
right,
that. No
that's 15
objection.
minutes that we'll never get back.
Now,
Crappy
actually,
boo year.
I do have an objection because I love cream cheese.
Well, yeah, I've gathered. I've
And
gathered.
I cannot wait to eat a big pile of cream cheese.
I don't
We'll
like
be doing it tomorrow.
I don't like the word schmear. I don't like that as the verb.
Why?
It's a gross sounding word to me.
Okay.
I don't like the word schmear.
Interesting.
Just spread. I like spread better. The spread of cream cheese.
They're
I think-
interchangeable.
Yeah, I think the schmear is it's probably from it's probably got some Jewish
Yes.
connotation, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Well,
kinda-
that's not why I don't like it.
Yeah.
And the underhits.
Oh, no.
Wow, that is a
Wow.
harsh under there. Baymon writes, why do we even allow this group to talk food anymore? I get so triggered. You know, we did get an email from our boss today about an upcoming meeting we have. Maybe the meeting is to discuss our food takes.
I had oranges.
He's going to say, guys, you're not allowed to talk food anymore on the zone.
Why did you keep the peels in there instead of throwing them away?
So the
I don't-
studio wouldn't smell like fruit.
I don't know. I didn't really. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
very
There's so
kind
many
of you.
trash cans
Actually,
in this
he's
building.
bringing them with him and just throwing it in the street here in New York because that's what they do with their garbage.
They need it. They're like, compost me, please. Hey,
Compost me, daddy.
Manhattan, New York. It's built on top of a trash pile.
Mm-hmm.
It's landfill island, and they need more landfill to keep up with the times.
Mm.
So I got them.
That's fair.
I got them covered. Don't worry.
That's fair.
Okay. Oh, by the way, John, I have a technical question for you, real quick. I was going to call
Technical
you.
question.
I was going to call you today, and then
Yeah.
I didn't get the time. So, what do I need for this thing that we're going to do? What do I need to bring?
What are we
with me?
doing?
Well, I'm going to help John out with the radio
Well, I think it'll just work with your telephone and if you have some earbuds.
earbuds. All right.
What are
You
you
have your-
doing?
do you listen to stuff out of your phone?
I listen. Well, I have like AirPods. You know.
I mean, those are earbuds, right?
Yeah, that counts.
What are you doing? What's going on?
So instead of parading the people up to the 100th floor to go talk to John after the game,
Oh, you're gonna
I'll
help
just
out.
be down there via StreamYard
Oh, during the game? after the game?
Immediately
After
after,
the
Oh,
game.
that's great.
Yes.
Oh, so you're planning right now on the air? Is that what's going on? here?
Correct. That's why I was
Awesome.
going to
Okay.
call him
I was
earlier, and
very
I didn't get
confused.
around to it.
I didn't know if this was a game that we were doing on
I
the
just
show.
don't want. I just don't want to leave unless I have all the things that I need with me.
Awesome. That
I
sounds
mean,
fun.
you should just need your phone and whatever earbuds or AirPods or
But if I'm talking to the person, they're talking into the phone, then the sound is getting picked up from my earbud.
Oh, the AirPods are Bluetooth,
They're also
right?
a microphone. Yes.
Oh, okay.
So yeah. So
I don't know if there's a setting where you can.
maybe I could turn
change
that part off. Or
I
maybe
mean,
I
I guess technically you wouldn't need your earbuds because like when I went outside when McMaster tried to take over Mount Happer, I didn't have any earbuds on. I
Okay.
was just listening through the speaker in the phone. So I suppose you could probably just listen through the phone.
if we're in a
with no ear-
quiet area.
Yes,
All right.
and presumably you might be back in the bowels of the arena next to the locker room.
Okay.
So it should be quiet back there.
All right.
Well,
Thank you.
Happer would love that. Bowels. It sounds like what New York smells like.
It does.
It
smells
was
bad.
very strong. It's weird, after a while you get used to it. And so it just kind of becomes like part of you. But the first time you walk out, I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about this place. And just smells like your bathroom.
Nice.
It smells.
Smells like your
bad.
bathroom if a few dozen cars decided to back into your bathroom and just spill, exhaust fumes into the air.
You know where it doesn't smell like bathroom and exhaust? Wyoming.
That's okay. That's fine. You don't have to live in New York. I like visiting every once in a while. I was watching a video that Fanta did from the corner of over by Madison Square Garden this morning, like previewing the Big East or whatever. And it was perfect. He was in the middle of everything. I could smell it. The cars were honking incessantly behind him. It was like a Joel Lorenzi interview.
Yes, I was going to make the same reference.
I miss those interviews.
Hi, Joel, how are you?
Joel, why were you always in traffic?
And now
I swear he almost got hit by a car once.
He told us he almost got hit by a car once.
And now he's covering one of the best teams in the NBA. Wow, he got in there just in time.
He's doing a great job, too.
Yeah, that guy loved college basketball.
I hope the other radio stations that do interviews with him appreciate him being in traffic all the time.
Yeah. Honk, honk.
Honk, honk.
Yeah, his thing was, I don't think he had a car or like didn't want to use his car.
Oh, really?
Something like that. Yeah. So he would just walk and nearly get nailed.
Nearly get killed. And now he's covering the Thunder.
What
a time. What a time to be alive.
It was great. It was great.
The lightning and the thunder.
Thunder.
Oh. That's Imagine Dragons.
It is Imagine Dragons.
That's a bad song, folks.
It's not a good song. I was so disappointed.
Stay tuned for predictions on Friday.
About Imagine Dragons?
No, that's the song that we use for predictions.
Oh!
Under. Bet the under.
It's like you got something on Imagine
Lightning
Dragons?
and the under.
Yeah. I was confused too, and I partially made that open.
Yeah, that's wild. How didn't you get that reference?
Mm-hmm.
Very strange.
Not really sure.
Mm-hmm.
I was really disappointed when I heard Imagine Dragons was coming out with a new song. I was still working at the radio station in college. I'm like, hell yeah, let's listen to it. And then it was that
song.
And I'm like, why? What are we doing here?
Bummer.
Yeah, tough.
The first two albums were good.
Oh, man.
Imagine
Were they
Dragons
good
is
or were they good?
No, they were
Probably
good.
good. Nick, you were sitting front row at a baseball game last
Hell
night.
yeah, I was. It was
front
great.
row.
Dude, he was way down there.
Row 3, so it wasn't the
Wow.
front row.
Nick always has amazing seats.
I do.
Amazing seats.
I'm blessed.
I wonder
with
how he
amazing
got
seats.
them.
Yeah.
Sweet Nick.
Wow, Nick.
It wasn't a suite; it was a seat.
He either gets in the
Nice.
suite or in the front row.
Yep.
Third row.
Third row.
Amazing, Nick.
You were fired up about this baseball
It
game.
was such a good game.
Was it?
Yeah. Happer?
It was fun.
Yeah.
It was a very, very good game. I very much enjoyed
Oh, the
it.
Big East tournament's on Peacock, isn't it? At the start.
Yes,
It
it's
is.
on the Peacock.
As is the Big Ten.
Do we have a login on here? Do I got to log into mine on Peacock? Are we logged into Peacock at work?
I was making this exact
Unclear.
joke earlier to how you were going to struggle with this. At this
I'm not
exact-
struggling. I just
No,
don't know
just-
if I'm logged
I'm just
in.
saying you were going to have to deal with this.
Yeah.
At
The
this
problem
exact
is, though,
fine.
Josh, the one verification on Peacock is you have to like cream cheese.
Damn it. Well, I
Yeah,
guess we're not
so-
watching crappy Big East basketball today. Who is the first game of the day? The
It-
crappy?
Wow, crappy. It's Butler and
Butler and
Providence.
Crappy.
Providence.
Crap
I mean,
alert.
The name is Butler.
Well, look at that. The NBC Sports app. How old is that thing?
Woof.
It probably doesn't even work anymore.
No, it still works.
Really?
What do they
Oh,
do?
yeah.
Yeah. So does it say just go to Peacock, you absolute imbecile?
No, because not everything on NBC Sports is on Peacock.
What?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
we're
weird.
logged in.
It's
Someone's
weird.
logged in.
Who's Dwight Schrute?
Yeah,
Schrute's
whose
profile?
account is
That
this?
might be mine.
Is it? Oh, Poker Face. Good show.
I've heard it's a
that's
really
the
good
lady
show.
from
Yep.
Orange is the New Black.
Uh-huh. Oh, yep. John, it is you. All right, cool. We can watch some crappy Big Ten basketball before the Big East is on. Look at this. Awesome. Peacock, that's the home of our movie for this week.
Oops.
It is.
Mhm.
The one with the Pope.
The one with the Pope. The one where they choose a Pope.
Hmm.
Yep. John, have you watched it yet?
No.
You gonna have time to watch it yet? Figured you would have watched it on the flight.
No, it was.
It's like
No,
2
I
hours.
watched
Sad. Not doing prep for the show.
Gemstones.
Oh,
Watched Gemstones.
how about that episode?
Wow.
Yeah, I watched Gemstones.
Okay, that was
And I well, it was rare because the you know how they always announce the flight is full, the flight is full.
Mhm.
And I had a moment because I'm sitting there and all of a sudden they were like, passenger John Bishop, please come to the counter. And I'm like,
Oh,
what did I do? And they changed seats. They changed seats on me and printed me off a new deal. And I was like, oh, well, this is interesting. And the row behind me was empty. So for like one of the rare times, I was actually able to kick the seat back because I'm a polite person. I do not kick the seat back
I never would.
in coach.
Yeah.
If there's people behind me,
Yeah.
I'm a nice guy.
Yeah.
I can live by sitting upright for whatever. But because there was no one sitting behind me, I was able to kick the seat back. So I actually got a nap in and watched Gemstones.
Wow.
Look at John.
Why did you have to change seats, John?
The only thing we could think of is maybe there was a family on the plane that wanted to all sit together, and because I was technically a solo passenger,
Wow.
Nice.
they moved me because I was.
You should ask for a little kickback on that one. It was like, yeah, I'll move, but it's
I want $400.
I mean, I was like 7 rows closer to the front, so that I got off earlier.
Nice.
Worked out, I guess.
Bonk, Nick. Jeez.
Nick, what did you
Disgusting.
John said New York makes you hard, or Happer said New York makes you hard, and then John said New
It
York
says it
makes you get
hardens
off
you.
earlier.
do? Nice. Yeah, Nick, come on.
Bonk.
Unreal.
Yeah. Bonk, Nick. Bonk, indeed.
Bonk, bonk, bonk.
Exactly.
Great point from Odson. Hope the Pope makes it to Movie Club Friday.
Hey.
Yeah,
Is he going to be a guest?
No, it's because the
Pope?
movie begins with the Pope dying.
Oh,
That's how
spoilers.
That's how the movie is about choosing a new Pope. Nick, what did you think
I thought-
happened to the Pope?
I thought the actual Pope.
He's sick.
No, but I thought he was in the clear.
Oh, is he?
I think so.
I don't know. It's confusing because all the news I keep seeing about all the news I keep seeing about the Pope looks like the doctor from Arrested Development. Your son is going to be all right.
But he's literally
yeah.
all right.
No,
Nice.
he's literally all right.
Yeah, I think the White Walkers breathe some more life into him.
Oh, that's great news.
Did you just call the Pope the Night King?
It's great news. John's Catholic. He's allowed to make jokes about the Pope,
Oh.
Nick.
Yeah, we could say things.
That's
The
why he
Night Pope.
became. That's why he became Catholic, so he could make the jokes.
The Pope jokes.
Classic Catholic jokes.
It's good to hear he's doing better, though.
Odson says you absolutely cannot do Movie Club Friday if the Pope dies. No, we will. We will move forward with Movie Club.
Wait, really?
Of course we would.
What if the Pope is dead in real life?
I mean, then we can
It's
be
a
like
fictional movie, right? It is
yes.
fictional,
But we
right?
can say,
Yeah.
look, it's a documentary.
We know what's going to happen. We'll be informed. We're informing people in a time of
As
crisis.
a non-Catholic, I learned a lot about
Josh is the director of audio.
But I'm director
Yes.
of video. Okay, so Josh, we won't do it on the air, but
Just
after
on
the
Movie
show, we
Club.
can do it on YouTube.
As a non-Catholic, I was riveted by learning about how they choose a new pope. It was
Yeah.
very interesting.
people will be riveted to this show if you start talking about it on that day.
If a World War II veteran dies, doesn't mean we can't watch a
Yeah.
World War II movie.
Come on, Odson.
I mean, it's
not.
if
quite
anything,
a
it would be
one-to-one.
topical.
Now, let's say we were doing Movie Club in September of 2001.
That's
Is there a movie that we could have picked that we would then have said, okay, we need to delay discussing this movie on, let's say, the second week of
Like the
September?
Towering Inferno.
Yes. We probably would have been like, let's wait to watch The Towering Inferno, right?
But
What about like Castaway? When did Castaway come out? Was that after?
Ooh,
it was before. But
probably
why is
right before
Castaway?
that.
Cast-
Planes
because
crashing.
Because
Yeah.
of the plane.
Oh.
Chance writes, let's go.
Okay.
I knew Chance would get excited.
Hello, Chance. Good to see you.
You know, what other movies
Is
feature
there,
planes crashing?
What
into
about
buildings?
if the president dies? Would you do a movie about the president dying?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah?
Yeah. I watched
Well, I mean,
Contagion at the beginning of the pandemic. 5 years ago, I was like, I'm going to fire up Contagion.
Did you do it for
first-
Movie Club?
It was rewatchables. No, I did it on my own. I don't think we had started Movie Club just yet. Our first movie for Movie Club was Shawshank Redemption.
What a
and then,
movie!
John, what did you pick? It was the one where Jack Nicholson washes his hands all the time. I didn't like that movie very much. As good as it gets, or better.
Did I pick that one?
Yeah, you picked that one because that's not.
I guess I got the master list. I could look.
Yeah, and then Stibbs picked The Platform, and off to the races we went.
Oh my
You
God!
guys just started picking weirder.
Wait, that
and
was the
weirder
third
movies.
movie
Dip.
we did.
Maybe not the third, but it was definitely early.
Let me look. I got the spreadsheet
God,
right here.
5 years ago. What a time to be alive.
I love
Wow,
this
Josh
spreadsheet.
Peterson, your memory is good. Shawshank Redemption,
Number
as
one.
good as it gets, and The Platform. Now, do you know what the fourth movie was?
Was it me?
Yes.
God. Rounders.
Wow.
No way.
Keep
Whoa.
going. Keep going.
What was the fifth movie? I picked it.
Oh God. See, I don't remember what the next one
Cars.
would have been. I know we did True Grit early. Was it True Grit?
Wow, Josh Peterson. 5 for 5.
Keep going. Keep going.
Which-
Number 6.
Which
picked by
sporting events are
Stibbs.
you using in your head to find this?
Yeah, because we didn't have sports at the time. So Stibbs was number 6.
Stibbs was number
This
6.
would have been about May.
If you get this one, we just need to stop and put you in the Hall of Fame right now.
I mean, the only other
oh God,
The only
He's
other
got it.
guess that I have would be the one, the walrus one or whatever it was
Tusk?
called. Tusk. Is it Tusk?
Oh, it is not Tusk. That
Uh,
was movie number 14. Movie number 6.
wait. What? Horse Girl?
That's at. Good grief. No, now that's not correct.
Oh, wait, there's one more guess, John. It's the one in Florida Project.
You have an amazing memory.
Yeah, it was. And then my next guess, the only other movie that I will guess, and then I will stop this, is I know I picked Apocalypse Now early on. Was Apocalypse Now
that was number
7?
13.
I
Your
love
next
that
pick
movie.
was Groundhog Day.
Oh, yeah, classic.
It's Groundhog Day.
That was a great COVID movie.
You can't use the COVID brain excuse
I am
anymore.
impressed how many movies you remembered from that early on.
God, good times.
Dude.
That was a fun. Well, it wasn't a fun time, but it was. Ken has told us, he's like, this is my favorite thing that I do. He loves Movie Club.
Yeah.
Even though listener Sam, who's not listening right now because he's working, hates Movie Club. Every Friday he gets in his car and he's like, I'm driving home and I have to listen to Movie Club.
I've thought about that before because I always find myself in the car on that time too.
You're like, what the?
And I've only seen about 1% of movies.
Yeah.
So, or the movies that you watch too.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, this doesn't apply to me.
Yeah.
I think I'll turn on my Spotify now.
Oh, sad.
Yeah.
There's no other place to put it on a Friday.
Jeff Vanderloo still gives me crap about it. Creighton,
it's a great segment.
He's like, you guys are always talking about movies. I think
it's one time.
It's 1 time a week.
One
yeah,
time.
but it's in the time when I'm in the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. It's whenever you hit it.
Yeah. I do like the people, especially in football season, who get really mad. What are we doing? The game is tomorrow. Why are you talking about a movie?
Mm-hmm.
Well, because we started it during
Meanwhile,
COVID.
We've talked about the stupid game all freaking week.
Well, we're going to talk about it for the next 6 months.
Yeah.
Let us talk about a movie in August of 2025.
True.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Bye, Happer.
All righty. Well, there you go. Crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. They could use some Everlevel outside of our hotel where they still have a lot of streets torn up.
Nice.
Yeah,
But everlevelconcrete.com. Hap, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll
Fly
be there.
safe.
I'll be there soon.
Who's
Thanks.
filling in for you?
Josh is just going to take the reins, baby.
Josh Odson,
Yep.
the producer of the Connor Happer Show.
Giddy up.
Good luck, Josh. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good
Okay.
luck indeed.
All right. See ya.
Bye, Happer.
The program on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, we are at the Big East tournament. We are ready for some basketball today.
Wow. Can you believe it's mid-March already? This is nuts.
Time flies.
When you're
Hashtag
having
Tony
fun.
Romo.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Oh, it's good to be back in the garden. And good to be back on with my boys, Josh and Nick.
That's us.
You guys, good to have you with us today on this Wednesday Dumb Debates edition of the Grum. Live, I am at least, from Madison Square Garden, home of the Big East tournament. I'll say this, I mean, I'm not that I've been to, I'm trying to think if I have been to another conference basketball tournament. I have not. It's hard to beat this one. I mean, it's in the same location.
Yeah.
The energy, the just everything about it, you know, is something special.
And then you get UConn back in the league a couple of years ago.
Back in the
and
league.
now you got St. John's. Like this, I have to imagine, John, that there is a world where this is the most enjoyable atmosphere that you are going to have a chance to watch, like of the ones that you've been to.
It should be. It should be. Now, I'll say this. I mean, because a lot of these schools are from relatively close by, like when Creighton played Villanova here, especially on a championship game, they packed the place. I still remember it was a Villanova-UConn game in this building. They played after Creighton did on a Friday night, and I mean, it was crazy intense in here. So, yeah, I mean, I would anticipate, you know, as St. John's goes through this tournament, and UConn obviously was something to play for. You know, it should be a lot of fun, and I think it's fairly evenly matched. I know St. John's won the conference by 3 games, but when you look at what St. John's did, it's not like they blew out everybody. They famously played a lot of close games. Just got another buzzer beater the other day over Marquette.
Yeah.
The games have been really, really good this year. You know, with the exception of a handful for St. John's. So I think you're going to get a lot of competition. And then you've got some of the desperate teams. Xavier right now, they don't know if they're in the tournament. Chances are they got to win at least 1, but I think they probably need to win 2 here to feel comfortable, because their quad 1 wins, I think they're 1-9 against quad 1. So they need wins.
Yeah.
And they got a chance for a couple of them here. So, and they're playing, in my opinion, every bit as good as St. John's. And from an offensive standpoint, they're better than St. John's. Now, St. John's, you know, isn't a great, efficient offensive team. They're good offensively because they get a lot of rebounds and second chance points. But when you just talk about, you know, offense in general, Xavier's really good. So they're going to be a little desperate. I think Marquette's going to come in here. Anytime you have Shaka Smart, you're going to come in here with a team that's going to have, you know, a bit of an attitude to it. But, you know, this is a team that's been, you know, top 20 all season long, yet they finished 5th in the league this year. And I think they've got something to prove. And then you come to Creighton and you wonder, you know, proud program. They've been in a championship 4 times. What their mindset is coming to this event. And that kind of leads us into one of the things we'll talk about today. But before we get to that, let's quick get to the Grum Down presented by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Big East tournament is underway. Unfortunately for Kalkbrenner, no soup for you. Did not win Conference Player of the Year. Matt
Which comes
Rule,
with a side of soup.
It does come with a side of soup. Matt Rule, I didn't want a celebrity coach. That and I had some observations from what we heard yesterday from Matt Rule. Mike Schaefer will be along. His reaction to what he heard. John Walker, he was en route.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
To the city. And who knows, maybe in the spirit of the person he replaced, he'll also do the interview from out in traffic, and hopefully stay safe and not get hit by a car. We're bringing back Who You Rooting For.
Oh, to try to
Maverick
get the Mavs
edition.
A better seed? To try to
Maverick edition.
All right, I like it.
Yeah. The unsettlement is coming for your sports.
What?
Unsettlement.
Yeah. The unsettlement. Iowa basketball has some problems.
Yeah, they have a fan in Nick.
Well, they don't have a problem beating the Huskers.
They need a lot more fans like Nick who actually bother to show up.
That's true.
The Ringer is dumb. And speaking of dumb debates today.
Lovely.
And Happy Trails, John Nicely.
Yes.
Happy Trails, John Nicely. That's coming up. That's your Grum Down presented by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. So getting back to what I was referencing earlier, here was Greg McDermott on Saturday. This was after the Butler game where he was asked about the Big East tournament. And you guys have never won there. What is the motivation? Here's how Mac answered the question, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a special place to play basketball. And, to figure out a way to win 3 games in 3 days there would be pretty incredible. We've been close. We've knocked on the door a couple times and, came up a little short. I think 4 times we've been in the final. But it's, we just – this week's really important for us. We have a chance to get better. We don't know who we're going to play until Wednesday night. The good news is we just played Georgetown and DePaul, so at least it'll be fresh in our mind. But it's incredible. It would be incredible, but the reality of it is, it's the NCAA tournament is the one that we're really interested in. I didn't grow up in the East Coast. I didn't grow up as part of the Big East, so it maybe doesn't have the sentimental value to me that it does some of those teams. But we're going to hook it up. We're going to try to win and put our best foot forward so we have some good momentum going into the NCAA tournament.
It's that last part that some folks have kind of attached themselves to and kind of thought, well, are they really motivated to come here and play? Because from his perspective, it doesn't have the same sentimental value. Certainly, and let's face it, it's a different mindset too than what Creighton traditionally faced in the Valley, when many times that was the bid to get in.
Yes. Yeah, you had to
win that tournament.
Yep.
Here, it's a whole different ball game.
They're in the tournament right now, yeah.
And they're in the tournament. And Creighton, with good fortune, I'm trying to think back. Obviously, there was 1 year, the second year in the Big East, where they had to win the tournament to get to the NCAA as the 14-15 team. That's the only one that really had to win. There were a couple of others that made the NIT where if they could have made a deeper run, maybe. But usually, this will be the 12th year, so most of the previous 11 years of this event, Creighton has already known its fate. And that fate was it was going to head to the NCAAs. So the pressure to win it, much different than what it was back in the Missouri Valley Conference days.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand, and I look back at, some of Creighton's performances here, and I'm not going to imply that they weren't trying, but certainly there is a different urgency level that some teams show here that maybe other teams don't. And I do wonder at times if that has been at play, if especially if the game got out of hand early. Like I can remember a couple of games that really got out of hand early.
Like the Georgetown game a few years ago.
Right. Now that one I think was 3 games in 3 days, and you were coming off playing UConn. And that was a tough, grinding, physical game.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Georgetown was playing with the urgency of a one-bid league.
Correct.
Because they had to win it.
Yeah.
And so, that maybe combined with some fatigue can lend itself to it. Would it surprise me if there is more like intensity, more hours grinding away on tape, grinding away on scouting reports and things like that when it comes to the NCAA tournament? Of course not. Because that is the big tournament.
This
is different in that you've already played all of these teams twice. so you don't necessarily have to pitch into the scouting report. So, it's interesting how Mac answered that question. I think Greg McDermott deep down inside buys into the same philosophy that Ed Service does. I can remember a couple of Missouri Valley tournament games that didn't matter because it was a weird format. And he said, listen, anytime the scoreboard's on, we're playing to win. And those competitive juices are
it's not like
all
they're
there.
going to disappear tomorrow or Friday
Right.
or if they get there Saturday.
Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of a fascinating human exercise into motivation, into want to, and all of those other things, because these types of events, especially when you play in the big conferences, are unique.
Yeah. In
that you don't have to win it. Yet, I guarantee you, whoever wins this tournament, man, they are going to be excited to cut down the nets. The confetti's going to fall. It's an event that kind of has the feel of what bowl games used to feel like for everybody. When it felt like they mattered. They matter, but they don't matter. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And so, yeah, whoever wins the ACC, they're going to be jacked to win the ACC. Whoever wins the Big 12, they're going to be jacked to win the Big 12. Whoever wins here, they're going to be jacked to win it. But it's not going to have that same urgency as what it will starting a week from now.
Well, and the other part about it, too, is, what does this week mean for Creighton in their seed line? What does this week mean for a lot of teams in their seed line, right? I was listening to Scott Van Pelt and he's SVP and Stanford Steve this morning, and they were having a conversation about what is at stake in these conference tournaments for a team like a Maryland, and I think you can apply that to a team like a Creighton. It's like, wait, so you can get all the way to Saturday night and win, and it still might not even mean that much for you. I thought that the part at the very end, it definitely reminded me of a discussion we have had around here, just going back to football for a moment, about the Rose Bowl, where it's like you talk to the old school Big Ten fans, and it's like, that is the end all be all. And we're like, what? Why isn't it just about winning a national championship? That said, for Creighton, as we're about to watch the Mavs make it to their first NCAA tournament in men's basketball, that's kind of the final piece to the puzzle for the move to D1. This is the last piece to the puzzle in terms of Creighton and the success that they have had. They have, won a share of a league title. They did that 5 years ago. They have never won the conference tournament, even though they've gotten there 4 times. So I understand what he says, and I understand what he means, because, yeah, it's going to be about next week and the week after that, and God forbid, or not God forbid, but you know what I mean, the week after that. The next few days, I mean, it's really special, and they would suddenly add a banner to the arena, and that would be unique, and it would be a really special moment for the players and the coaches, and I think most definitely the fans. But if you ask anybody, hey, would you rather lift up the trophy in 4 days, or would you rather go to the Final Four? I know what the answer is going to be. I know what the answer would be for everybody, and that's what it comes down to.
402-951-1620 if you want to join us today on the hotline. You can also hit us up on Twitter, and that's where you can send your dumb debates today. Use that hashtag dumb debates. It is at USC 1620 on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page or the Equitable Bank inbox. You can also send your dumb debates there as well. Got a couple of them in the inbox, as a matter of fact.
Yes.
And we'll get to some of those. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Nick at 1620thezone.com. Brought to you by Equitable Bank. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. So all of that and a whole lot more today here on the program. And we will have live basketball here in just a few minutes. Though we are probably very close to that annual awkward tradition of the national anthem playing in the middle of the program.
Time for takes. What time is the anthem supposed to be on the sheet today, John?
I don't know if I got that one. Let me look.
What do you guess, like 2:58 our time?
We'll vibe it out.
Yeah, it's probably about 2:58, I would guess.
Or are they going to want that on television, I wonder?
Yeah, I don't have the timing sheet for today, but it's usually about 7-ish minutes before tip-off, something like that.
Well, let's hope Shafe is in the middle of a nice long answer when we start getting the anthem, so we can turn you down a little bit as you're standing and saluting the flag.
Well, I'll make sure if I'm in the middle of a question, it'll be really, really short.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, we're closing in on tip-off. Butler and Providence are beginning. 8 minutes? It's 8 minutes before tip? Okay.
So when's that? That's soon then.
Should
What's
be about
tip?
2:57 our time, right? Because it's a 3:00. Is it a 3:05 or 4:05 tip, Rob? Yeah. It's 05 after.
Dwayne says John has to sing the anthem if they play it while he's on the air.
No, I am not singing the anthem.
Oh, say can
Is it because you don't know the words, John?
I do know the words. In fact, there was one time in my very younger days as a broadcaster when I was doing track announcing where the anthem, something happened with either the anthem singer or the PA or something they didn't have, and they said, you have to sing the anthem.
Nice.
Oh.
And so I was like, what?
And
I didn't sign up for this.
Of the
So I told everybody, I said, listen, I'm told I need to sing the national anthem. You all need to sing with me.
That's awesome.
And they did. The crowd sang
cool.
with me, and so it was very nice. But
well done.
yeah, I was not.
Did you lean on the free that a lot of people like to Yeah.
Like that?
Like that.
No, but it was a little awkward at the end when I went, and the home of the Chiefs. They didn't like that part.
I bet not.
They didn't like that part. All right, when we come back, Mike Schaefer's going to join us.
Nice.
And we'll talk to him about what he heard yesterday from Matt Rule and a whole bunch of other stuff. It's always a fun day with Schaefer. 402-951-1620. Glad you could be with us today here live from the Garden on 1620 The Zone.
Did you know that AmeriCorps programs improve lives, strengthen communities, and foster civic engagement in Nebraska? For example, AmeriCorps members serving with Conservation Nebraska provide valuable environmental education and practical tips people can use to maintain Nebraska's natural beauty and live more sustainable lives. Discover more about AmeriCorps programs making a difference in your community at serve.nebraska.gov. Paid for by Serve Nebraska, aired by the Nebraska Broadcasters Association and this station.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone. Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
I'm Husker 24/7. Shafe, good afternoon. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well. How are you, John? How's beautiful New York City?
It smells the same, you know, and it's so far weather's been good, so can't complain.
Since you go there like a couple times a year now, every year in perpetuity, does it lose its luster? Is it just another large city?
Yes, absolutely. It is totally just another city. I mean, it doesn't, you know, you've been here a few times and it just, you know, certainly the first 3 years we were here, but now it's just kind of old hat. I mean, it's okay, but.
Hey, Shafe. Hey, Shafe, your audio is being really wonky. You want to hop back out and back in? It's being really like skippy. All right.
And oh, by the way, we've reached that awkward moment, gentlemen.
Oh, no, it's all happening at the exact same time.
Josh, enjoy. I'll be back in 90 seconds.
All right. So now it's just me. Hello, everybody. John took himself out because he's standing up and he didn't want the wiener shot on camera, probably for the best. Wow. I'm going to add Nick in here.
Hi, I'm here.
Yeah, it was just a little too weird there. So hopefully Mike Schaefer is back in just a moment. John is standing. Everything is very strange right now. Very strange.
Okay, well, how about you just pretend I'm Schaefer and you ask me the first question you had for Schaefer, and I'll answer it to the best of my ability.
Well, would you look at that, Nick? Mike Schaefer has rejoined us in the room. Shafe, are you sounding better now?
I don't know.
Oh, thank God. You sounded like a record was skipping over and over and over.
It sounded weird.
Yeah.
I wonder why that happens. I can't explain it. I don't know
Do you have a tab open and then maybe it's playing like a video ad or some kind of audio? Because that could explain it.
I have one tab open and it is to Twitter.
Nice. We can blame Elon for this.
Thanks, Elon.
Yep.
There's no videos. And the only reason it's open is that I thought Josh was sending me the link through DM, and then I remembered it was through a text. That's it. Otherwise, my computer that I do this on is so crappy. I try to just like make sure nothing else is running to ensure the viability of joining this illustrious program. But so it goes.
And we're off to a great start today. Hi, John.
We are. Dave says, this is how you know the Shafe interview is live. The Shafe interview is always live.
Always
I don't know
live.
what you're talking about. Just because a volleyball coach happened to retire during one of them and we didn't acknowledge it, maybe that was because we knew Shafe was going to become so verklempt we wouldn't be able to finish the interview. That's why. But it's always live.
The next time I see John Cook, I'm going to accuse him of being rude for upstaging that important interview that we had going on at the end of January, where we were hitting on all the important topics at that time. And he just had to, have his ride off into the sunset, if you will. Really rude, if you think about it.
It was really rude.
Shafe, I'm going to play something here for you because, and we talked, I know you guys, Josh, you and Austin talked a little bit about it yesterday, but here was Matt Rule. Nick, I got this audio, don't worry. Here was Matt Rule yesterday talking about Dylan Raiola.
As a highly recruited freshman, I think at this time you saw him trying to, keep his voice quiet and just earn everyone's respect. I think now, he has to step up and lead when able. He's really working on his body composition. He won't be a great quarterback at 240 pounds, right? So getting his body composition to one where he can be fleet of foot, where he can slide nimbly and move within the pocket, where he can convert third downs with his feet. I think that's something that we're all bought into and he has to continue to do. So there's things he needs to work on.
Do you think Matt Rule would have been this frank about his body composition this time last year?
Maybe not. I think you at that point, Matt Rule hadn't watched him play for him yet. The thing that fascinates me is I don't think it's a body composition issue in terms of being fleet of foot or running. I think he was hesitant and tentative to run the football last year. I don't think that has anything to do with the fact that he's the son of an offensive lineman and built like a Major League Baseball catcher and happens to play quarterback. I don't think body composition has prevented other people from being able to run. It's an attitude thing. It's a want to thing. It's a conscious choice that I'm going to go get these 3 yards right in front of me instead of standing here in the pocket. I actually thought that was one of the weirder parts of yesterday's press conference. And it's been such a discussion, especially, on my message board. I don't know how often you guys have gotten into it on the radio, but I think there's this expectation that he should look a certain way. And I don't know that it is holding back his play necessarily, but Matt Rule would have a better understanding of it. When, for me, watching him last year, it wasn't that he's slow. It's that he's tentative when he runs the football. He's indecisive. He's caught in between, do I want to do this or am I going to get absolutely wrecked if I do this? I mean, he had the really awkward slide like multiple times last year.
He slid too early all the time.
Yeah,
he
it was almost
stumble. He had this stumble on the zone read keeper in the red zone. I mean, I think if he's working on his body composition, that's great. Like I'm certainly going to be the last person to mock anybody working on their body composition. But I didn't view his ineffectiveness as a runner for much of last year, the Ohio State game aside, as, oh no, Dylan Raiola is too heavy. Honestly, to me, it was just a conscious, I need to make this decision that this is what I'm going to do. Now, can he get a little bit quicker, and would that help his confidence in such a thing? That could all be lined up together. But that might be what Matt Rule is actually getting at. I just felt like it was sort of clumsy in phrasing because to me, and again, you would know more than I would, but I think it was pretty evident on film or when you were watching games, it was a judgment, tentative nature thing more than it is the physical ability to run the football.
Is that what explains why he was able to have the success running the ball versus Ohio State? That like the judgment or the decision making was stronger in that moment or in those moments than maybe it was in some of the other games?
Yeah, and then I think on one of those runs, didn't like a referee get in the way of one of Ohio State's defender that actually spurred like the 50-yard run or whatever it was. So I think a lot of it is he just has to find the confidence in running the football. Moments like what he had against UCLA where he got absolutely broken in half are going to maybe deter some of that. But he is going to be a more dangerous, more effective player if he has the confidence that, hey, if there's 3 yards, I got to get out of the pocket and go get them if I'm not able to push the ball with my arm. I mean, if Patrick Mahomes is his guy, that's one of the things that Mahomes is pretty good at is knowing, okay, the first down marker's right here. My first option's covered. Second option's covered. Feeling a little bit of pressure. I got to go now. I don't know if Dylan has the confidence to do that. He's probably more confident in his arm than he is in his legs. And so some of it to me is if they're able to make him feel faster or more explosive, even if it's really not that different in terms of overall speed, if he feels that way and he's looking better, it might make him feel more comfortable and confident to take off in those situations. He ran scared last year. That's how it looked and felt to me.
He runs like a pass-first quarterback should run.
Yeah.
I mean, his first instinct has always been throw it. And I just don't – I think he lacks the running instincts that – and listen, we've got a pretty high bar of quarterbacks with good run instincts to choose from, right? Going all the way back to the option years, but even in more recent years, there have been guys who just had a better run-first instinct. And so – that's what part of this is to me. But going back to the whole body composition and the weight issue, I wonder a couple of things. Number one, I wonder if any of this is coming from Dana Holgorsen. I wonder if this is maybe just a way to motivate Dylan, giving him something to work towards as they continue to rise in his development. And I wonder if, some of this, is just having something to say in the spirit of saying it.
Yeah, I'm sure it's kind of a combination of all three. I'm sure Holgorsen had some thoughts on what he looked like. I'm sure he had some thoughts on how he was able to run and what that did and didn't do in those 4 games that he worked with him at the end of the season. I'm sure that a part of it is to make sure that Dylan Raiola is motivated to maximize this offseason, even in terms of things that aren't being on the field and developing chemistry or whatever it is. It's to try to scratch that personal motivation to get him in, the best shape of his life. As we're very close to Major League Baseball season, this is best shape of their life season, as we hear in spring training every year, and we often get in spring football too. And so I think that's part of it. And sometimes it's just something that gets said in a press conference, and because we have to parse through every line, like we're trying to uncover the Holy Grail in the words that have been said. I mean, we can make mountains out of molehills all day long, and something gets said, and we're probably going to make a mountain out of it.
Hey, Shafe, is Matt Rule more defensive now than he's been in the last few years? Like, I guess I noticed a shift in tone. I've noticed a shift in tone over the course of the offseason, but this was the first maybe press conference that I kind of heard that too.
Defensive in the reaction to the question about off-season national championships?
I mean, that the discussion about the Colorado or the Tennessee game, though Colorado did come up. I mean, that was, I think I described it to John like his most rambliest answer that he's ever given at Nebraska. It was like 5-6 minutes long, and it went in a million different places.
Yeah, I was sitting next to Mitch Sherman, and we were sort of discussing after the fact how it was a 39-minute press conference, and there's like a 7-minute sort of weird breakout section in there on just one question that led to a variety of different thoughts, where it's almost like his brain couldn't quite figure out what direction he wanted to go. So he sort of chose all of it in a scattershot fashion, which isn't generally how Matt Rule kind of communicates with us. So I think that's, I have some thoughts on that, and I'm gonna get back to that in a second. I do feel like the off-season national championship question, how is he supposed to answer that?
Agreed.
Like, I don't know that there's a good way to answer that question. So I guess if I wanted to clarify, like, I don't even know that I feel like that's defensive. I feel like that's a really unwinnable thing to try to answer. Like, you're trying to do the best that you can every year to put together a team. How it gets built up in the minds of the fan base is not a concern of Matt Rule's. And so I feel like he did fine with that. With the other one, I think some of it is that he is in a position where he has so much information and he has to track all of the different stuff that's going on throughout college football, that in a weird way, he was trying to like let us into all the different stuff that's going on and to how you have to sort of be nimble with it. And so part of his answer was about how Nebraska needs to make sure that it's positioning itself, that it's taking care of Nebraska first and not being worried about all these other things. Some of it was kind of pushing back on, and this is where I think it gets a little bit defensive, pushing back on the reaction to Nebraska not playing that game against Tennessee and the perception that you're ducking playing good teams. I mentioned to you yesterday that I was interested to talk about the Colorado thing. I felt like when he said that they didn't get credit for it, it's that at the end of the year, they still finished 6-6, and that win didn't really matter in the grand scheme of what their season was, other than it went into the win column and not the loss column. Their season was effectively derailed in conference play. I guess that's how I sort of inferred what he was saying. Not that he felt like there should be a ticker tape parade because they beat Colorado on the second game of the season or anything of that nature. But it was maybe awkwardly phrased by him. And again, I'm just inferring what I thought in the moment, what that comment was. But I think he wanted to answer a lot of different stuff that wasn't exactly asked, and he sort of did it in a very scattershot. I can't remember what the name of the phrase is, but it's just using little clips here, there, and everywhere without addressing anything in complete fullness, if that makes sense.
It does. He self-admitted, I'm a coach. I've got ADD, it's just kind of how he is. But it did seem, I don't know, it didn't, yesterday did not have the feel to me of a typical spring press conference. But some of that, too, was because Rule had already made headlines prior to that event with, the comments on spring games and the comments on non-conference scheduling. And as Josh and I have talked about many times, Matt Rule is probably the most media-aware coach Nebraska may ever have in any sport.
Yeah.
And when I say media-aware, it's not that it's just that he knows what the conversation is around the program. And keenly aware of what the conversation is around the program. Every coach here is aware that they're being talked about, but there are certain little bits and pieces you get in things that he says that tells you, he's been listening very closely, or at least people have been listening for him and reporting back to him. And he's willing to go there and talk about it more than any other coach I can remember at Nebraska. And I think that's part of what kind of leads to some of these longer answers where it kind of comes scattershot, where it's, a little bit here and a little bit there. And, next thing you know, we're 4 minutes in and the question isn't done being answered yet.
Could it be, and this is just me throwing out an untested theory on live radio right now. Could it be that what we've seen in this offseason is the first time where he has gone head to head with the fan base over the ownership of the Nebraska football program?
Interesting.
Because think about what has come out of this. He has taken a program where the spring game meant a ton to a lot of people and is saying, we're not doing this anymore. It's better for our program that we don't do this anymore. This event, which we recognize its history, we just aren't doing this. He took an out-of-conference schedule and said, I understand people want to see helmet matchups. I understand that people might be excited about going to Knoxville or coming to Lincoln and seeing Tennessee. That's not what's best for my program. I think he took ownership of things, and in a weird way, it seems like he took it away from fans where they don't have that ownership anymore. And so you kind of get this headbutting a little bit for the first time in his tenure, where it's not that he hasn't put a stamp on other stuff where it's Matt Rule's program, but he took something in the spring game that was collectively the fan bases and the football program's thing, and he just kind of took it away. And so if it does seem like he's defensive or if he's answering to those sorts of things, it's because it's kind of the first time that he's had to deal with mass pushback about a big change that he's making within the Nebraska football program. Again, just spitballing a theory.
Yeah, I don't dismiss that out of hand, but I guess the only thing that is still puzzling, at least to me, and maybe part of this is just based on the reaction we get. So I don't live on the message boards. I don't live in that atmosphere. It just didn't feel to me like there was a lot of anger over the loss of the spring game. I mean, we did a poll question. There's a lot of people like, whatever. I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, I don't feel like there's this, mass, oh my God, you took this away from us. It took this thing away from us type attitude that exists out there.
Well, and I think it's the same with the out-of-conference scheduling, right? Where the loudest people are the people with the strongest opinions on it. And maybe that's what you react to over and over and over, even if the mass doesn't feel that way. And so he might have just felt, and even in the way that the questions were being asked in the other podcasts or with the press conference or whatever, he might just feel like he's on this island when he's really not. He's on a peninsula. kind of thing. So again, I am kind of inferring and spitballing, throwing out there. It's not like Matt Rule has confided in me any of this, but it does feel like for really the first time, he has kind of wrestled away the idea that this is the University of Nebraska's fans program to this is Matt Rule's program. This is what we're going to do. And we're going to do it because I'm telling you it's best for us and how we want to operate. And that's the sort of feel that I've gotten out of this.
Shape, one more from me. I think you go back to the early days of the portal this cycle, and I think Dane Key, he emerged and he chose Nebraska, and he became a name that I think a lot of people talked about, and they still are, right? But there's a lot of now, not new names because these guys have been in the fold for a little bit, but other names that I think are starting to become recognizable for fans. By the end of spring ball, who do you think is going to be the most talked about of the new players that is not Dane Key on the roster?
Okay, most talked about of the new players that's not Dane Key. I think when people get a chance through the photos and the clips that'll go up when the media can go for the 15 minutes and watch them through stretching lines and standing around or whatever it is.
Yes.
The body type of Deshaun McCullough is super unique.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were going to say that.
He's tall and lanky in a way that makes him, and he's not as tall as like a small forward, but he looks like a basketball player. And then the idea that this is going to be one of your big pass rushers, it makes him seem sort of unique. And then he's got the presentation with sort of the hair, and he's been around the block a little bit. And he had kind of the fun answer where he got to talk about playing in the Big Ten, the SEC, and the Big 12. If someone better encompasses what college football is in 2025 than Deshaun McCullough, who's played in 3 different conferences at a high level, that's kind of a unique thing. So I think because he could exist as a flash player, that's someone that I would look at in that regard. And then the other one, because it is the biggest name in terms of the recruiting side of it, if Williams Nwaneri is as big and looks like he's going to be impactful, and he's talked about in the way that McCullough mentioned him, and Terry Braden talks about him that way, and John Butler talks about him that way, and offensive linemen talk about him that way, Williams Nwaneri's stock is going to explode because people love their defensive linemen. They know that this is a former 5-star. He left Missouri, which people still hate very much around here, correctly so in my estimation. And if it works, he's going to be discussed a lot. So I think those two guys stand out to me. And then you have your offensive linemen and, there's other people here or there. But if I had to guess right now, it would be McCullough and Nwaneri.
Mike Schaefer, we don't normally invoke our guests in any of our live promotional content, but it is a reminder that the Omaha Food Fight presented by Union Bank and Trust is coming to 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. We want to find out from you, the people, what restaurant is the best in Omaha. You can get your nominations in now through March 13th. Mike Schaefer, if you were to make a nomination for your favorite Omaha restaurant, what would it be?
Ooh. Okay. I was not prepared to answer such an important question.
I mean, there's no wrong answer. That's the good news.
No, I appreciate and I recognize that. I mean, there's a lot of places that come to mind, but there's one that is always going to be near and dear to my heart, and that would be our good friends at Night Owl over there. I love their burgers. I love their tots. I love the atmosphere.
Yes.
I feel like I'd be remiss if there's so many great places. Omaha has so much good food. And I feel like every time I go there and I don't eat out, I feel like I'm somehow not taking advantage of an opportunity.
I mean, Shafe, you literally defined what it means to nominate your favorite. It's perfect. And you can do it too. Visit 1620thezone.com. Get your nominations in now before Saturday. Shafe, we always appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Bye, Shafe.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. And what Shafe mentioned there at the end is he talking about Matt Rule.
Yeah.
I think we're going to get to some Matt Rule audio a little bit later on in this hour, and we can circle back to what he said there about maybe the conflict between, Matt Rule and, the fans and ownership of the program, because there were a few interesting comments we got as Shafe was answering that question. So we will definitely get into that because that kind of leads into what I was thinking too, as the press conference was going on yesterday. So we'll have some of that audio coming up. When we come back, the unsettlement is coming for your sports.
What?
We'll explain when we continue. Live here from the Garden, by the way, it's Butler 14, Providence 9, first round action of the Big East tournament, first half action on 1620 The Zone. But first, a word from my friends at Your Home Improvement Company, where windows are the thing, and this month, unbeatable offer. You're not going to find a better offer if you need new windows for your home. Your Home Improvement Company is offering up to 50% off your window purchase. 50% with a minimum of 4 windows. It is a deal you do not want to miss. And they've got easy financing offers right now with 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months. That takes you into 2026. Call today, Your Home Improvement Company at 402-764-1720 and schedule a free in-home consultation. Limited time offer, so don't miss out. Let me repeat, 50% off your window purchase, minimum of 4 windows, and 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments available for up to 12 months. Call 402-764-1720. 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with Your Home Improvement Company. Visit YHIC.com and find out more. YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. 50% off your window purchase, minimum of 4 windows. Don't wait. Call today, 402-764-1720, and love the difference. We now debut Big East Cam.
John, you're disseminating.
John,
That's
you can't
illegal.
disseminate. John, Peacock is going to come after us.
Actually, I am happy, though. I was going to ask you, where are you at clockwise? I can't tell from that.
11:08.
All right, well, it stopped on my end, too. I was trying to figure out where this whole thing is at.
We're at 11:08.
He spoiled it before break. Because
No, he
Butler
didn't.
had 2 more points than they had on
Well,
the
yes,
TV.
he did spoil that, but I was trying to figure out where we're at clockwise.
Yeah. We're at 11:06, 05, 04, 03. That's where we are. 19-12 in favor of Butler. No, we are not disseminating. We just want to give you a quick
just
seat setter.
disseminated.
Here's where I didn't disseminate on anything.
We're going to call John
There's no
Mr.
dissemination
Dissemination.
anywhere. No, it's all clean. Everything's clean.
Blue Jay Bishop disseminates again.
We're going to call an audible. We'll get to the unsettlement in a minute, but we have it's a shorter segment here.
Yeah.
Because we went a little long with Shafe, but I did want to mention this because, Josh is very excited anytime we get the scanned ticket numbers.
I do love that. It's a great topic alert.
Well, guess what? We have scanned ticket numbers from Iowa basketball.
Who cares? That's actually the answer. The answer is who cares? It's not a large.
That is the correct answer. Fran McCaffrey's program, this was according to the Cedar Rapids Gazette, averaged 5,045 scanned tickets in its 18 regular season games. That is 33.6% of Carver Hawkeye building capacity, which is just short of 15,000. The figures are down 12% from last year when their scanned tickets were at 5,742, which is 38% of the arena's capacity. Only 4 basketball games, men's games, had more than 7,000 tickets scanned. The Iowa State game, which was 10,006, Wisconsin 8,900, Indiana 7,900, Washington 7,600.
Yikes.
So when you talk about
apathy,
whew, big time in Iowa.
Dave Veit says, I assume Iowa wrestling outdrew men's basketball. Did the women beat them too?
Well, the upside to this is not that many people saw Nebraska lose to Iowa.
Excellent point. That's a great silver lining there, Nick. Glass half full perspective.
The first season of Jan Jensen's program, because remember, Coach, that's not Big Ten protocol, is no longer there.
Yeah, Bluter.
9,748.
Wow.
Which was down from last year when it was 10-7.
Something going on with Iowa last year?
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah,
that Caitlin Clark.
So, basically the women's program essentially doubled the men's program in terms of average attendance.
And that's why there's a lot of discussion about if they're going to move on from their head coach.
Well, but it's more than that. I mean, you're right,
Also,
Josh.
that arena's garbage.
I love that arena.
It looks like crap.
It does not.
Yes, it does.
Not
it
when I went. The one time years ago.
Yeah, but compared to like modern arenas, how old is that arena, John? On TV, it looks
42 years old, I think.
They gotta upgrade. That arena looks horrible.
And they are talking about it. They are talking about doing some upgrades at Carver Hawkeye. But going back to your point about, well, that's why, they're looking at maybe replacing Fran McCaffrey.
Yeah.
But that's the other issue is whatever new coach walks in, that's what they're walking into. A lot of apathy, and the NIL component is, Iowa's not one of the more aggressive NIL programs in terms of Big Ten basketball. And so you're looking at fan investment and program investment.
Yeah.
And those are things in addition to your salary and your contract terms and all the other stuff that are going to go into recruiting another coach, because that's what I was going to be doing. They're going to be trying to recruit another coach, we presume, if McCaffrey is done. And a lot of folks think he is one way or another. So there's a lot that Iowa has to deal with right now when it comes to that. We were talking about Nebraska the other day with Fred Hoiberg, and, what is it that is a selling point for Nebraska basketball? And you're at a football school and they take up a lot of the revenue. Well, Iowa's in a very, not the exact same boat, but in many ways in a worse spot than Nebraska basketball, because you've got fan apathy and you wonder, where are we going to get players from?
Yeah.
Where's the money going to come from to get players?
Text coming in from Adam, 402-951-1620. 6 appearances in the NCAA tourney in the last 10 years with 4 wins. They also won the Big Ten tourney in 2022. They want to fire their coach. NU, on the other hand, loves their coach and probably wants to give him another extension.
Well, and see, that's the other thing is Iowa expectations, and certainly they've been met in many cases.
Yeah,
are different from Nebraska's. So there's that working too.
Definitely. So I would say, not to get into a different discussion, I don't know if people love Fred Hoiberg. I think it's just they're very beaten down. I think people around here are very beaten down about the basketball program, and they're like, who are you going to get? Might as well stick it out with Fred. He won Conference Coach of the Year last year.
There is a lot of that when it comes to Nebraska that I don't know if you get that at a lot of other programs.
Definitely not.
Because there was a lot of that sentiment with Tim Miles.
100%.
Where there's just this kind of this beaten down attitude, and whether it's who you're going to get or what difference is it going to make or we stink anyway. There is a lot of that exists out there.
Yeah.
Which kind of, I think, can get in Nebraska's way.
Definitely.
Not to turn this back to Nebraska. We're talking more about Iowa here. Because I wanted to just show folks, hey, listen, they got their issues over there too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, coming up from the Garden.
Unsettlement.
Could be coming for your sports. Next on 1620 The Zone. 7 minutes left in the first half of this first game of the day at the Big East Tournament. 26-18, Butler leading Providence. So the unsettlement. Getting closer all the time. The latest is that, according to Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports, the House implementation team has determined that the third-party NIL deals that pay athletes after July 1 effective date are subject to the clearinghouse. Third-party deals signed after the settlement approval is subject to the clearinghouse, which is interesting because we thought that July 1st was the drop-dead date. And here's why it's important. So once July 1st hits, that's when rev share essentially begins.
Fiscal calendar, right? That's when the school year, that's when all that stuff starts.
Correct. So that's the $20.5 million that's coming out of some schools' budgets. Of course, not all schools have to opt in. They don't have to opt into the full amount, but for the purposes of this conversation, we'll talk about it as if we're talking about a school that's going to opt in fully. $20.5 million that's coming from the school, not NIL. This is revenue share. There has been a thought process that at least for the next academic year, that what has become NIL from the third parties, like 1890, like the Bird Club, that there were going to be some folks that were going to try to front load a bunch of deals for next year's athletes, because starting July 1st, any third party NIL deal is subject to the clearinghouse, which is anything that's over $600. This clearinghouse is going to look into and determine whether or not it's fair market value. So let's just say, for an example, Johnny All-American is making $250,000 from the school's collective, the third-party collective.
Mm-hmm.
If that deal were to roll over past July 1st or start after July 1st, more accurately, if it were to start after July 1st, because it's over $600, there would be folks looking into that. The clearinghouse would look into that deal to say, wait, is that fair market value? So the thought is, we're going to try to front load a bunch of these deals for the guys playing next year before they're subject to the clearinghouse. But the second part of Dellinger's tweet, third-party deals signed after the settlement approval, which he says presumably in April, is subject to the clearinghouse. So it's really moving that date up potentially. So let's say that the settlement approval comes April 15th. Perfect day. It's tax day, right?
Oh, yeah.
That means that July 1st date now becomes April 15th. So anything that you tried to front load right now from an NIL offer from a third party, 1890 Bird Club, you better get that put down and paid before that April 15th date, assuming that is the day. I know there's a lot of it can still be very confusing. There's a lot of words, but it could put a lot of pressure. And the reason why this is important, you've got transfer portal in college basketball opens on Monday.
Yep.
Of course, football is going to have a second portal window opening up
end of April.
At the end of April.
There's
a potential that if you bring in somebody, that if you were hoping to get somebody here under your old NIL before the clearinghouse takes effect, you may not be able to do that as easily as you had originally thought, because it sounds like these third-party deals could be subject to the clearinghouse when the deal is agreed upon, which could happen before July 1st.
So a couple things off of that. Stuart Mandel tweeted a couple of hours ago a screenshot. I'll read his tweet first, and then I'll read the screenshot. He said, the Power 4 and NCAA have hired an accounting firm that will decide how much money athletes are allowed to make. Totally normal way of doing business. And in the screenshot, it says the committee has also been working closely with
Deloitte.
Deloitte, thank you, to create a system to track and evaluate all Division I student athletes' third-party NIL deals valued at $600 and more, which would be required to be reported under the proposed settlement. The new enforcement entity will use the system to help it evaluate whether these deals are within a responsible range of compensation and made with the purpose of using a student's student-athletes NIL to advance a valid business. I thought Jeff Sheldon from Volleyball State, I thought he brought up something really interesting not long after that. He says, sure, you can set up a system to evaluate this, but as we're seeing now everywhere, courts don't have the guns. That is, who is going to enforce these rules? What will the accountability mechanism be if a school just says, nuh-uh, if you think it's going to be the NCAA, ... And I do wonder that, like, John, how often do we see any of these moves that are made and they just call the NCAA's bluff, where they're just like, no, we're going to do this? And so what all of this stuff looks like, and again, how they can decide what fair market value is, I don't understand how that is going to work. Because if I say, no, John, I am willing to pay $50 for this can of mayonnaise, and you're like, but I'm not. But if I am, then that is fair market value for me and how I view it. So you can say, that quarterback's, I mean, hell, we're doing it right now with NFL free agency. What? Yeah. They signed that player, DK Metcalf. They signed him for $150 million over 5 years. The Steelers are stupid. But you know what? The Steelers say, nah, this is fair market value. This is what we think he is worth.
Yeah, market value. I think Matt Rule is the one that said it a few weeks ago. Market value is set by whoever the lowest bidder is.
Yeah.
And that's the truth. And so, yeah, you're right. There are certainly some legal challenges. The first one is, well, what truly is fair market value?
Yep.
And the other one is, who's going to enforce this? Because remember, this agreement is between the power conferences. It's not the NCAA. It's the power conferences who were named in the settlement. You know, the Big Ten, the SEC, the ACC, the Big 12, and even the Pac-12 was still listed.
Yeah.
Because they were still a conference, and technically they guess they do exist in a weird way, maybe on paper. But so who becomes the enforcement wing? Right? Who becomes the enforcement? I don't think it's not the NCAA. I don't think. So do they have to create an enforcement wing to enforce the settlement? I don't know. But you're right. If a school says, well, we're just going to do this because we can, they might have the recourse to do so. So there's so much stuff here. And again, this is where the lack of having a true central governing body for all of this really comes back to hurt you.
Yeah.
Because that used to be the NCAA, and in some ways it's still the NCAA, but in the case of this settlement or the unsettlement, it's really not. Because it was the major conferences who were involved in, negotiating with the attorneys to put this together. So, basically what I just said is the last 8 minutes, you might be able to throw it out the window.
Yeah.
Because it may all just end up in a court somewhere if one school or one athlete or one collective decides, no, we're not buying this.
Yeah.
You can't do that. You can't determine fair market value. Who are you to determine fair market value?
Yeah. Again, anyone is willing to pay an amount of money to get your services, to have you advertise, or to just exist as a player on their favorite football team. I just don't know how they can decide it is not worth that amount of money, barring it being like more money than the school brings in themselves. Hey, we're going to pay Dylan Raiola $100 million. Okay, that's stupid and it doesn't make any sense. But again, if a donor decides that that's what he's worth, I don't know how you can argue with it. I just don't, especially in college football, John, that is such a valuable sport, a valuable entity, and has all this television revenue. I mean, you got, in my opinion, that number would have to climb to a super, super high value, unless the point is just going to be, we also need to know what they're actually doing to earn your NIL dollars. If they're going to try to call their bluff and say, no, you can't just give him that money because he is the quarterback on your favorite football team. He needs to be doing something. That would be interesting. But then I imagine these people just try to figure out a way to do a workaround on that, and they'll still figure it out. I don't feel like this stuff is going to go through, and I think that NIL, collectives, and then the actual pay-for-play, it's all going to exist as one thing together.
I, for one, am glad that this whole NIL thing is extremely normal and not convoluted.
It's not convoluted
Not convoluted in any way. Oh, by the way, while all of this is going on, there's been a House Judiciary Committee hearing on the state of college athletics and NIL and the transfer portal. And, the chair of the House Judiciary, Jim Jordan, says that SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey told him that under an employment model, he anticipates that schools will drop to the NCAA minimum of 16 sports. Wisconsin AD Chris McIntosh replied, I think that's an accurate portrayal. Now, it needs a little more context there because my guess is there was talk about making the athletes fully fledged employees, which, by the way, the unsettlement does not do.
Mm-hmm.
It's just creating revenue share. It's not making athletes full-fledged employees. They're not getting, benefits, like we do at our jobs of, paid health care and all the other stuff. They don't fall under that premise. So if they were arguing, hey, this is what would happen if we made them fully employees. But if that were the case, and this is one of those veiled threats of, hey, we're going to drop sports down to 16 sports, just to put that into perspective. And Nebraska by no means is at the upper end of minimum sports, but they're at 21 right now. They're at 21. I think it was counted 21 or 22.
It's low 20s.
It's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. That means if everyone followed suit, you'd be looking at cutting 5 sports.
Yeah. And what's it look like for Ohio State? What's their number at? It's close.
Their number's in the upper 20s.
Yeah, and I believe Stanford is in the 30s.
They're in the 30s.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're talking about cutting a lot of sports.
So, again, it sounds like that may have been one of those typical veiled threat things where, well, if you make us do this, then we're going to do that.
They've been saying it forever.
Yeah. And cutting sports, which, listen, I think is inevitable in this whole discussion, whether Washington gets involved or not. I think that is inevitable because of revenue share and how things are going. Because at some point, again, someone from one of these non-revenue sports may decide, hey, wait, this isn't fair. We should be getting revenue share, commensurate with our Title IX, for example, which so far is not under the purview of the revenue share formula. All of this is going to play out in a court somewhere, and probably many courts, for many weeks, many months, and many years to come.
Oh, yeah.
Until somebody reins all of this in and tries to create something that is more centralized and they can negotiate with athletes.
Couldn't agree more.
Coming up next, we're going to revisit what we talked about with Schaefer. We'll play some of the Matt Rule audio.
Had some really interesting responses.
We did, because Schaefer had a theory about, where Matt Rule might be coming from, at least in terms of some of the words and he has said during this offseason. So we'll have that and more as we continue from Madison Square Garden Big East Tournament on 1620 The Zone. We're okay to disseminate now. It's halftime.
Oh, thank God.
Don't scare me like that, John.
Look at that.
Unless the Butler dance team, has an issue with us disseminating. But there we are, Big East Cam, live from the Garden. And the very orange floor.
Does it look that orange in person?
Does it look that way to you? I mean, as you watch it either on Peacock or here on the Big East Cam?
I thought it looked – oh, it does. Yeah, on the camera, yes. I was going to say on TV, though, it does not look that.
It looks pretty normal on TV.
Yeah, I was going to say it looks fairly normal on TV.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Where'd we go?
What happened?
Ah!
Where are we? That's weird.
Hello.
From up here, that's what it looks like. It looks very orangey. It must be the lighting.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's because you're not wearing your glasses, John.
Oh, not a bad idea.
I believe you both agreed with me that it looked kind of orangey on that camera shot. So we were talking with Mike Schaefer a little bit ago here on the Grum, and as we were talking about what Matt Rule had to say yesterday at his spring press conference, Schaefer had an interesting theory that he was spitballing with us on the radio, and why the press conference yesterday at times, felt just a little bit different. It didn't have, at least to me, the same vibe of a typical spring press conference.
Yeah.
And I don't even necessarily say it's confrontational.
Because that seems too harsh.
It does, but certainly willing to challenge. And Schaefer proffered a theory that this is the first time since Matt Rule took over that, and I'm using Schaefer's words here, he's gone head-to-head with the fan base over ownership of the football program, and specifically in dumping the spring game and taking Tennessee off the schedule, because those are certainly things that at least some fans have been vocal about. I think personally they were more vocal about the Tennessee thing than they were the spring game thing.
Yes.
But as other people have pointed out, Stuart Mandel and others, it's like, well, think about the spring game has really always been for the fans. It didn't become a revenue generator until probably the last 15-ish years.
I would love to know, real quick aside, I would love to know when the moment was where it went from, a thing that they did to a thing that, oh, wow, we're actually making real dollars from this. And when
I was growing up, you can walk into the spring game for free.
Yeah, exactly. It was not like that when I was a kid, and certainly not now, right?
So the fact that it became a revenue generator is still, we'll call it a 21st century phenomenon.
Yeah.
But it's designed for the fans. It's very apparent that, in the way the game is played, that it does not have the regular intensity of a normal football game. It doesn't have the regular intensity of what is likely a spring scrimmage, a closed scrimmage, not played in front of fans. So it's certainly treated differently, but it's done so because it's public and because the fans want it.
Mm-hmm.
And so the idea that Rule going head-to-head with the fan base over ownership of the program is kind of interesting. And as I pointed out, Matt Rule is as media savvy as any coach Nebraska has ever had in any sport. He either listens intently or he has people that do listen intently, because he will drop little nuggets at times when it comes to argument points that maybe shows like ours or columnists or people in the media punditry sphere have proffered, as if to say, well, here's my response to your response. And so he's very in tune with what the conversation is, even from a macular level, a granular level.
He listens. He pays attention.
He listens. He pays attention.
John, we talked about it most recently, I think, when he was on McAfee, and there was like a quick little sidebar that he suddenly did about Dylan Raiola, and where he was, defending him. Like, look, he wakes up and he does all this work at 6 a.m., and then, he goes to these basketball games at night, yada, yada, yada. And I'm paraphrasing, of course. But that was one where I was like, wow, that is a very specific online discussion of, does Dylan Raiola do too much? Does he go to too many events instead of focusing on the playbook, focusing on losing weight, etc.? That was maybe the most in your face, wow, this guy really does pay attention, that I think I've ever heard from him. And I think that's kind of saying something. I really do.
Let's play a couple of the clips from yesterday.
Okay.
This was one that Schaefer referenced too, and I agree with Schaefer on this point. I don't know how you answer a question like this. This sound clip does include the question itself, but here was number 7, Nick, MR7. This was Matt Rule being asked about the very online or very open conversation, the call it the meme of Nebraska being off-season national champions.
One of the running kind of jokes with fans is, hey, we're winning off-season championships every year. What would you tell them is really different about this offseason that's going to make a difference this year?
I don't have an answer for that. I mean, I think that's part of. I mean, whatever. I've been here for 2 years. I got to do the best we can in the offseason to have success. I try very much not to hype things up. I think sometimes we hype things way up here and then get really disappointed when things like, just to me, life's all about like taking little steps. Like, you become, it takes a long time to become an overnight success. And so we've always kind of built towards year 3. So I, just going to try to get better today and try to build on this team this year and have a good year 3. And after that, we'll reassess where we are after year 3. We'll try to have a good year 4 and just keep doing that until they tell me to leave or I die. One of the two. So.
John, we talked about with Shafe, and he said what he did, Shafe, that is. I tend to agree with him. I sympathize with Rule on this answer, mainly because you said the word. You said meme. This is more of a meme, I think, in terms of making fun of Nebraska than there is an actual belief around here. Maybe a decade ago, people were like, wow, we're winning the offseason. This is great. I don't think I earnestly hear anybody say that anymore. And so I understand him being like, what? I mean, seriously, what do you want me to say to that? I have no takes on this. So that is one of the answers where I very much am like, I get you, Rule, on this. That I think that stuff is stupid.
I do, but he did go back to that magic number
bring
again.
Up year 3, you're right.
Year 3, man. He really has leaned into this, and this isn't the first time he said that. He said it on the Fox podcast. He said it on the Josh Pate interview.
Yep.
He really believes his, I don't know. Is the euphemism getting high on their own supply? Is that work here in this? Because, that has been the talking point about Rule is, well, year 3 is when they really take off. He's leaned into it.
Yeah.
So I guess bookmark this offseason. We'll refer back to it in the offseason if either things go really well or they come up really short, because it will be used as a talking point of, well, you said year 3.
You're not wrong there. Just like we did with year 2 with Frost. Like, that will definitely be a thing. That will absolutely be a thing.
Here was some audio, and I don't think you guys talked about it yesterday. You didn't talk much about the oh my gosh, I'm having a brain fart here. The Eckler conversation.
We did at the very, very end, but not very much. Let's
go to MR11. You have that one, right, Nick?
Yes.
Okay, let's play this one because he was asked about the hiring of Mike Eckler.
I think when I started hearing, honestly, all the local media and former players saying to hire him, my natural instinct was don't hire him. To be quite honest with you, I'm being completely honest. It's just at the end of the day, I don't love celebrity coaches. I just like a bunch of guys who like to work. I brought Eck in to interview with him though, because of what he's done, and I couldn't get him out of my brain. I just loved the way he did everything. I kept hearing stories about he's running down the 80 and he got arrested running down I-80, and I'm sitting there in my mind oh, do I want to take that on? It seems like a lot. But the way he teaches in his meetings. I for years, I talk a lot about the Socratic method in teaching and getting players to respond and answer. And, a lot of coaches just talk, and he's one of the best teachers. I've been around. In fact, in the interview, I was like, Coach, I can't keep doing this, because he kept making me answer him. I was like, Coach, I can't do this, man. I got ADD. I'm tired. But I've enjoyed having him here so far. You know what I mean? And I think at the end of the day, the stats he's had at Tennessee speak for themselves, right? And but I have to go back again. I just love the way he teaches.
I'll be honest, I shut off the press conference yesterday. I did not hear that until this morning. And I was like, wow, this is a really interesting way to introduce yourself, or at least introduce a new coach. to the conversation, right?
Yeah.
Because the idea of, well, I didn't want to hire a celebrity coach, and my first instinct was, well, the media says it's right, so it must be wrong. I'm like,
well,
okay,
very,
very interesting. Now, as he fleshed out through the interview process, he realized, but thank God he did conduct the interview and that he just didn't dismiss it out of hand just simply because, well, the media or ex-players say he's really good.
See, John,
because if he'd have done that, holy cow, people would have really lost their nerve around here.
So I thought that was maybe his best answer, mainly because it fits in with the view that I have had on this hire, and it goes back to that hot take that I had for Hot Take Market a few weeks ago, where if he wasn't a former Husker, there would actually be more praise for this. I think in some corners of the Husker universe, and I guess with the head coach, his ties actually worked against him. I mean, I think a lot of this came from Will Compton.
But I would not want anyone to think that way, because that's overreacting to me the other way.
But he didn't follow through with it. He
didn't.
John, it's like this. Like, I think we all have, all three of us, you, Nick, and I think we have contrarian ways about us. John, if there is a type of person that you just disagree with all the time and they come to you with an idea, you're probably going to shoot that idea down unless maybe you really take a step back and start thinking about it and saying, okay, is this because of who the voice is? And I have to imagine, I think, and this is me now parsing, I don't think that it was about the media pushing for Eckler. I think it was about Will Compton. And I think it was him saying, you got to hire him. And he was getting the fan base. You got to hire him. Because Will Compton has a way about him, right? He is like a particular type of former Husker and now Husker fan. And so there's a part of me that thinks that he was just like, okay, the guy from the Barstool podcast is pushing this on. Because, I didn't even hear his name before that. Mike Schaefer talked, and we've already talked to him today. He talked about it on his pod today, where when his name first came up, he had that kind of view, too, of come on, really? You want Mike Eckler? But then what did he do? He looked at his numbers, and he was like, okay, this is actually a good hire, and it's not just the typical bring in the former Husker. That's how I viewed it, but I kind of viewed it that way the entire time.
But that would also be odd considering that Will Compton he's a part of the family. They brought him back for all the hype videos before every game.
Yeah, but that's different, right? A hype video versus
gone on his podcast.
Yeah, but giving actual advice versus let me use you as a conduit to the fans. I understand in this one.
Well, but it does kind of lend itself back to what Shafe said earlier, and that is, going head to head with the fan base over ownership of the program, where maybe there's some divergent ideas. And like I said, we got some interesting comments when Shafe was talking about it earlier.
I got one in particular that stood out to me because I took a screenshot of this. This was from Dwayne. He wrote, "It feels like Rule feels like he's on the hot seat. I hope that's not the case, but that's the vibe that I get." I thought that was a good representation maybe of how he is talking, where it's almost like the late stage. We've seen coaches in late stages, right? Late stagism of a coach, where I think, defensive is always the word that I am going to use, and I think I phrased it that way with Shafe a little bit earlier when asking about, in particular, the Tennessee game cancellation. He's very much, the whole, what did he say with the podcast? I couldn't care less about what I say anymore. I'm getting older. That always feels kind of like what coaches do, either A, when they are so established and they just don't have to care, or maybe when they're starting to push back a little bit, in their late stages. So I thought that was an interesting comment from Dwayne.
I would hope that Matt Rule doesn't feel like he's on the hot seat right now.
I don't think he should.
Or that is even something that he would entertain. They just went to a bowl game for the first time in 8 years.
Yeah.
They've got some positive momentum going right now.
Yeah.
Even if they don't have the typical Matt Rule year 3 bounce in them, I suppose some people will start to have that conversation next year.
Oh, I think it's going to be pretty big.
I think they would have to fall off a cliff before what I would classify as serious hot seat conversation took hold next year. They would have to fall off a cliff.
I would agree. But could you say this, though, that if they are very similar, another middling kind of 6-6-ish year, that while that doesn't cause hot seat, it's more of a, oh, man, maybe he's not the guy conversation, which perhaps that's an even scarier world to be in because you're not good enough to be great. You're not bad enough to be to get fired, and you're just kind of it's almost like not being in the lottery in the NBA. You want to be either winning the title or you want to be competing for a number 1 overall draft pick.
I mean, I suppose, but the thought process should not be, if we don't do this, then this will happen. When part A of that hasn't even happened yet. Part A of this whole equation is the season.
Sure. And that's still 6 months away.
And that's 6 months away. And, of course, obviously the preparation for that season is already underway. You shouldn't be thinking about the reaction if things go poorly 6 months before you've even had a chance to show that things have gone poorly or not.
Yeah.
That shouldn't even be there.
And maybe
that whole thought shouldn't be there.
Well, and maybe it's not with him, right? Like we're just kind of theorizing, right? Like Dave says,
and that's why I kind of think that I can't imagine Rule thinks that there is the hint of hot seat conversation, or that he's thinking that many steps ahead to think, well, but if this doesn't happen, then this could happen.
Yeah, Dave Fight says Rule is realizing that the key to his job security is not letting the fans get everything they want, and that would dovetail back in with canceling the spring game or canceling the Tennessee series, and what Schaefer said earlier.
Do you think that there has been a heavier pushback to the no spring game in the correspondence that they get directly inside the walls, like emails or letters or calls from the fans, than we have out here? Or are they possibly inflating what has been a minority opinion, in my opinion, that canceling the spring game was a bad thing? Because, again, and I don't want to make it sound like this show or this radio station specifically is, that we totally represent all the views of the general fan base. But, again, we have gotten very little pushback to this. Very, very little pushback to this idea of canceling the spring game. We ran the poll question. Most people were like, shrug our shoulders. It was a very small percentage that were actually upset that it was gone. So is it possible that they're just taking that, call it 15%, 20%, who are really upset about it and inflating that?
It's a great question because Dwayne says, John's asking if we think the olds are madder about the spring game than the rest of us, which possibly. And, I do wonder.
I don't think it's a generational thing.
See, interesting, because I was going to say, I do wonder if this is a
because my generation grew up when 20,000 people would show up and it was free.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I have not. The entire time that we've discussed this, I have gone in with the mindset of, wow, I'm kind of surprised that people don't care. But maybe people do care, and we're just not hearing from them because it is a very specific type of, it's a very specific type of the fan base that we're hearing from. But I also think that, whether it's online, we certainly would have gotten more phone calls, right? Like, we can say what we want about Twitter poll questions because that is a very specific slice of life.
Sure.
But what about people who are calling into shows or texting into shows or emailing into shows? So I don't know. Maybe there is, John. Maybe there is more frustration than we realize.
I think it's inflating a small minority opinion, I'll be honest.
Yeah,
that's my gut.
And you might be right.
Daniel in the YouTube comment section, it's funny how much everyone dissects this, meaning the Rule conversation, when we all know nothing coaches say matter. They don't win 8 regular season games this year, and people are in trouble. On the first part, we all know nothing coaches say matter. What Rule has been talking about, though, obviously has mattered.
Yeah.
They are canceling spring games. They are canceling non-conference series. So these things have mattered, and Rule has been willing to talk about those things. And so what coaches say do matter in this case.
Yeah.
This isn't coach speak the week of a game when you artificially inflate the value of the next opponent so that you don't give them any bulletin board material. That's not what's happening here. What they're talking about is policy, is how we want to go about things, how we plan to do things, not, the typical coach speak that sometimes, we can blow out of proportion the week of a game.
Yeah, and I would say, and I'm guessing you would agree with me, coaches can very much lose a fan base by what they say, and ultimately, are the wins going to be more important? Of course they are, but you can start losing people. And I think more than ever, we have gotten that response this offseason of, Why are we believing in this guy? Why are we believing in this guy? This guy is a used car salesman. This guy is a snake oil salesman. I mean, there was a comment earlier. I'll put it on the screen from Brian. How can you still buy the year 3 thing when he has a whole new staff? Year 3 may be successful, but it certainly wasn't a 3-year plan. This is a way different year 3 than his other year 3s. His other year 3s were built with continuity. And while John, I think there are maybe more players back than on first blush you would think. Like, if you start going through the returning starters or returning players, like, okay, you got your probably running back, you got your quarterback back. There's actually quite a few players on the defensive side of the ball. Maybe that's mitigated, though, with some new coaches on defense, or at the very least a new coordinator. And then on offense, obviously, there's a ton of new pieces, especially at the wide receiver spot. It's a really interesting discussion, but I do think that he has been, I think, out more than ever this offseason compared to other ones. And, by now there's 25 games under his belt and he's still sub 500. And so I know that people are like, okay, I just want to see it on the field.
He has certainly taken the attitude of, hey, I've been through 4 jobs. I've been fired at this point. I'm just going to say what I feel. He has definitely leaned into that this year, and that can be good and that can be bad.
Yeah.
But especially for a coach who sometimes, dare I say, can have diarrhea of the mouth, where it's just a constant flow of stuff and can get a little crazy. Sometimes that can come back to bite you. But by no means am I saying, Matt Rule, you need to say less. You give us plenty to talk about anytime you speak.
Yeah, I love it. John,
anytime you speak.
What about this from John on Twitter real fast before we go to break? Rule has more of a standoffness demeanor lately, sometimes defensive. Standoffiness? Standoffish?
Standoffishness?
Yeah.
A little bit, maybe.
But I would agree with this text from Adam. We need to give Rule credit for making changes going into year 3. Realize the Big Ten was a different animal than his prior stops. He upgraded coaching and roster talent, something his predecessors failed to do.
Yeah,
you will hear me, and I've given him credit for that, and I will continue to give him credit for that. What he did with the OC, I know it was weird in the moment, but he got in Holgo, the OCO, and I think that was a dynamite hire. Mike Eckler, to go back to the beginning of the segment, I think that is a dynamite hire. Da'Keil Shorts at wide receiver, I think that's a really, really good hire. We'll see if they upgraded talent as much as they needed to, and certainly in-game management. If they're going to play in a lot of these close games again, then damn it, John, they better have everything where it needs to be on the field.
I do not have – I am a little concerned about defense because, I thought Tony White was doing a really good job.
Handshake, man.
But everything else, I don't have much issue with, and I agree with you. I think Holgorsen was a tremendous hire, and I think Mike Eckler is a tremendous hire, and they've certainly tried to upgrade 2 spots that have been a weak point, and Matt Rule is not using that. Going back to the previous comment about, well, it doesn't feel like a year 3 because of all the changes. This is full speed ahead. Yeah, we may have changed out some personnel on this train, but this train ain't stopping.
Yeah.
And he's leaned right back into my year 3. So it's probably just a new way for him to do it, but he feels very confident that what he is doing is exactly the right thing. This week's Zone Deal, the Woodcliff Restaurant. You can enjoy all of their delicious food, a perfect view of Woodcliff Lake, and don't miss the Thursday weekly burger special or Friday's fish special. And not right now, but this Friday at 9 a.m., you'll be able to get 2 $25 gift vouchers to the Woodcliff for just $50. It's a half-off deal. They go on sale this Friday at 9 at 1620thezone.com. And later this week, we have some of these $50 vouchers to give away.
Nice.
I'm still not sure how we're doing it.
Me neither.
Candyland on the radio.
Candyland on the radio, perhaps.
I don't have Candyland. Who's got Candyland?
Yeah, I didn't like that game.
I loved Candyland.
Yeah, that fits.
Wow.
We'll figure it out. Maybe it's back to 21 on the radio.
I love it.
But be listening Friday for your chance to win, or just get to 1620thezone.com at 9 a.m. this Friday and get those deals from the Woodcliff and 1620 The Zone. 41 Butler. 12 and a half minutes to go on Big East Cam. There you go.
So wait, where are you at time-wise?
12:23, 12:22,
Wow.
12:21.
You're at the very least you are a whole minute. If it's gone straight through the last minute without any stoppages, you are a minute ahead of us. Wow.
That's the beauty of streaming television, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
Beauty of streaming television. We will get to some Mavs, who you're rooting for in a second, but
baby.
John has some thoughts on the hotline. Good afternoon, John. Thanks for waiting. You're in the zone.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to say I think Trev made an absolutely horrible hire with Mr. Rule. He hired a guy who his previous employer decided it was better to eat $30 million than have him continue at his job coaching football. We got a guy who had won 45% of his games in his career. So, I mean, he's 48%. Everybody should be happy. He exceeded his track record. This guy, I predicted he'll be fired with a 50% record or worse, and I'm right on schedule. Where? He's not going to get it done.
John, were you thinking this way 3 years ago?
Absolutely. I made that prediction when he got hired that but when he eventually gets fired, he'll be 50% or worse at Nebraska. And he is. He's 48% right now.
Well,
what makes anybody think he's going to do anything?
So wait, real quick, John, because I'll be honest. When somebody brings up NFL exploits for a college coach, like, you kind of lose me. What is it about him as a college coach at his previous two stops that you don't like?
Well, he's 52%. I mean, well, if you just want to talk numbers, if you throw out his NFL record, he's 52% as a college coach when we hired him. And now he's doing worse. He's 48% since he's been here. This year three thing.
But the stops at Temple and Baylor were rebuilding jobs, and he rebuilt them in 3 years.
It's still football.
You know what the problem, John, is that at Temple, he only stayed one more year after the third year.
And at Baylor, he didn't.
And at Baylor, he didn't. So we don't have an example of year 4, 5, 6, 7 at those places to go off of. We don't have that. That's the mystery. But I don't know. I think it's premature to just assume that because he won 52% of his games in college, he took over 2 rebuilding projects in college.
Well, I'm not. I don't think that's a big deal because these teams they get new players and some coaches just turn it around right away. So I'm just he makes $9.5 million a year to go 45% or 50%, whether you want to count the NFL or not. This guy's like a 2-time lottery winner the way I see him. He's just lucky to be making what he's making. He's never won a championship. Nothing.
All right.
I'm just not a Matt Rule fan.
Appreciate it, John.
Yeah, I can tell that.
Yeah, definitely can tell. that.
John, you hit on the most important part in there when you said we didn't get to see him beyond year. We saw him in 1 year 4 at Temple. We never saw him beyond year 3 though at Baylor. And that's always the thing with a coach like this who is a climber. Is that you don't get those extra years, and so thus you're able to have these types of conversations where you say, well, he's just a 500 coach. He's just a 500 coach, which, I mean, no offense to John, but I just don't think that brings any nuance into the conversation. And I'm going to bring up Nick Saban. I'm obviously not thinking that Matt Rule is ever going to turn into Nick Saban. So let's just make sure that we all understand that right now. Don't put it on the internet that I think Matt Rule is going to be Nick Saban.
Okay.
But if Nick Saban takes over a program, and you just have that one random Toledo year, but then Michigan State to look back on. You could be a caller, John, and say, guys, he was 6-5-1, he was 6-6, he was 7-5, he was 6-6. Yeah, he had that one good year where they went 9-2, but look at all the other years. He's a 500 coach as a coach of Michigan State outside of that 1 year. And it's like, all right, or is the guy a builder, and then he is able to go on to another job and find some of the success. the funny thing is I'm defending Rule, even though I don't know if he's going to have the success that anybody is hoping for around here. I just don't like it when people are like, he's a 500 coach. It's like, yeah, sure. But that ignores, again, it ignores the context of the jobs that he took over. And it also ignores the context of him leaving before he really got to see the fruits of his labor. Baylor kept on winning. Baylor won a conference championship with a lot of his players in 2021. Not to say that he would have automatically won one, because I have no idea if he would have been able to do that, because it takes a lot of different things to win that. But I just hate when that type of stuff. Well, 500 coach. Yeah, sure. But let's think about some of the other stuff in there too.
Media savvy Matt Rule, please do not take these last 5-ish minutes and blow it up into anything different than what it is. This is a very small minority opinion.
I hope so.
And I disagree completely.
By the way, Adam points out he did win a conference championship at Temple. He did win one, and he played for his last year at Baylor. They were in the Big 12 championship game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Coming up, we'll get to Mr. Crutchfield's neighborhood / who you rooting for?
Nice.
Omaha style.
Nice.
But before we get to that, apparently caller Jeff wants to retaliate
I love it.
about caller John. So now it's listener on listener crime.
Like
here.
the old
Jeff,
days.
Go for it.
Hi, Jeff. Jeff. Uh-oh.
Hello.
Jeff, hey, what's going on, man? You're on the radio.
It's Jim, so whatever.
Sorry, Jim.
Wow, Nick is triggered.
I agree with you guys. When Matt Rule took over Baylor, that was a dumpster fire when he took that over.
Yeah.
And he had lost a bunch of players. He had to start a bunch of freshmen. So, hey, it takes time to rebuild. Be patient.
All right.
That's all I got to say.
Thank you for the call, Jeff. Jim. Nick, you don't have to get triggered.
I asked him twice.
You don't have to get triggered.
And his window was open.
Yeah.
And then he's like, okay, I'll close my window because I said it was hard to hear you.
Yeah. You don't have to be triggered. It's okay.
That's
It was
all that
funny.
happened.
It was funny.
I know how to. I'm good at my job.
Why? You're so
I can do
triggered.
my job.
This isn't doing your job bad. You just couldn't hear him. It's not your fault. Alex and Lincoln. It's Jim, but whatever. You should have seen the look. I hope that the look on Nick's face is available on the YouTube channel. Nick got so mad.
I'm gonna go look back. And by
Oh
the
my
way,
gosh.
that's the advantage if you watch on our Zone TV YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah, you can
is that you
rewind.
can rewind it. You can rewind it
So
and
good.
look back, and you can take screenshots like of this one of me just doing my hand back and forth, and back and forth. You know, you could maybe turn this into a GIF if you'd like.
GIF?
GIF.
Or a GIF, as Josh calls it, because as Josh knows, peanut butter and cream cheese don't have the same texture.
You know, I've never. I couldn't think of a better selling point to watch us on 1620 The Zone TV than getting on and watching John do this.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good.
I can do it with both hands. Look.
You're not special.
Oh, John, is that the White Lotus theme? Good job. That's a good comparison.
No, I have no idea. I have no freaking idea. Oh, Big East Cam. We're not disseminating. We swear. Dumb Debates is still coming up.
Nice.
If those last two callers weren't Dumb Debates enough.
It's Jim, but whatever.
Don't put on the internet that I'm mad.
I want Nick. I want that cut out for when we go to callers Jim in the future. Or a caller who's like, no, that's not my name. Nick heard me wrong. We can always play that. It's Jim, but whatever.
Whoops.
All right, back to the Garden in just a moment with some Mavs. Who you rooting for?
Nice.
On 1620 The Zone. It is time to go to the neighborhood, but we're just visiting one neighborhood today, and that neighborhood, it was already up, sorry. So many things going on. Before we go to the neighborhood, though, we do have someone who has moved into Mr. Crutchfield's neighborhood who's a little eerie.
Oh.
It's this guy.
Oh, that looks like one of the cardinals that chooses a new pope in this week's movie club movie.
I don't know about that, but
Conclave.
But this is the St. Francis Red Flash mascot. St. Francis last night upset Central Connecticut in the Northeastern Conference tourney, which is a help to UNO because St. Francis is not a good – they are only the 20th team in the history of the tournament to make it with a losing record. So they will no doubt be playing in Dayton next week. So you can definitely mark in one spot for Dayton that will not be occupied by UNO, and that is St. Francis. But this is their mascot, Frankie the Friar.
So I've got two things here.
What do you have for us,
First
Jeff?
of all, to me, he looks kind of like Peter Boyle. Remember Peter Boyle?
No.
Yeah, very good.
He was the dad on Everybody Loves Raymond, and he was in one of the Scooby-Doo movies.
He was Young Frankenstein.
Yes, okay,
Yes,
he was Frankenstein's monster in Young Frankenstein.
I gotcha.
The second thing is, I get it, St. Francis, but you don't have to lean into that bit. It's the red flash. You could have a lightning bolt, a happy little lightning bolt that's red. Why'd you have to make this creepy guy?
Interesting.
I mean, and it's appropriate because Providence is playing out there right now. In fact, where is he? Where is that? I don't see him. Where's the creepy Friar mascot? I don't see him out there. Well, anyway, he looks like the meth addicted brother of the Providence Friar mascot.
Nice. That's a good representation, John.
But anyway, Omaha, thank Frankie the Friar because St. Francis just took a spot in the first four. So the purpose of this exercise,
what is it, John?
As we go into Mr. Crutchfield's neighborhood, is to see, can we keep Omaha out of the playing game? But now I think we can start having the conversation. Can we make Omaha a 15 seed?
Oh, really?
Because as you take a look here, here's the teams currently, according to Torvik, who are in the T-Rankatology, and the teams that are in the 14, the 15, and the 16 seed category. The teams that have stars next to their name, those are the auto bids. Those are the teams that have already qualified for the dance. And as you can see, according to this, two of them, Edwardsville and St. Francis, the team we just talked about with that guy, they are in the 16 seed category behind Omaha. And as you can see with Torvik, Omaha is in the 15 seed category, along with Bob Morris, Wofford, and Norfolk State.
Woof, woof.
Or Norfolk State.
It's Norfolk State. It's not Norfolk State.
Yes,
I'm serious.
It's Virginia.
Yeah,
it's
don't
Virginia.
put it on the internet that it's Norfolk State.
Yeah, it's Norfolk State. I apologize. But as we take a look, and I went back and I looked through, here are all of the mid-major-ish tournaments that are still to be played out this week. And here's your Who You Rootin' For Index, Mav Nation.
Look at this.
The Mavericks currently, now I'm just going to use net as my guide here because it's universal. Everyone follows it. It's not a one-to-one. Every team is seeded by their net.
Okay.
But I'm just going to use it for the point of reference for the purpose of this exercise. Omaha's net is at 163.
Okay.
So as we take a look, tonight in the Big Sky Conference, Montana is taking on Northern Colorado, but both of those teams are currently ahead of Omaha in the net. So I don't think that there is much of an advantage here tonight if you're looking at the Big Sky. Because if Montana wins, their net is already better than Omaha's. They could be a team that could be seeded a little bit higher than Omaha, even if Montana, who is the underdog in the game, wins. So I don't look at the Big Sky as very important. But if you look at the America East, their final is Saturday when Maine, net ranking 198, takes on Bryant, net ranking 149. I have it underlined and italicized. You're rooting for Maine, the Black Bears.
Go
Omaha fans.
Maine. Go
You're
Maine.
rooting for Maine because if Maine wins, presumably they could be seated lower than the Omaha Mavs. In the Big West Conference, of course, San Diego has been a big story this year. Not San Diego State, San Diego. They are currently 35th in the net. They're an 11th seed in Torvik. If they win, it's not going to impact Omaha very much because they're going to be seated much higher than Omaha anyway. But if you take a look at some of these other teams, like Bakersfield at 243, Cal Poly at 192, UC Davis at 231, if those teams win, those also are teams that are very good candidates to be seated below Omaha.
Okay.
In the Ivy League, the Nerd League, Yale, currently 13th seed in Torvik. They're 69th.
Nice.
In the net. But Dartmouth at net 203. If Dartmouth were to win the Ivy League, that would be good news for Omaha. Again, another team I think could be seated worse. In the MAC, not the MAC, but the MAC.
Nice.
All of the teams that are still left in the MAC, including Quinnipiac, are all lower in the net than Omaha. So I don't think that's a conference that's going to impact Omaha very much because I think whoever comes out of the MAC will be seated less than or lower than Omaha. Same thing can be said for the MEAC conference.
You just want to say all these words. That's the only reason we're doing this segment.
John just wants to make sounds.
I
that's what he wants to do. He's like the hype monster right now.
The MEAC and the MAC are pretty much the same. So, Omaha fan, I don't think you have to worry much about those conferences. However, in the MAC, not the MAC, but the MAC, the Mid-America Conference, the conference that's going to make up, a third of Nebraska's non-conference schedule the next 2 years?
Got him.
Akron currently at 97, but here's some teams you could be rooting for to pull a bid stealer in the MAC. Bowling Green, Toledo, Eastern Michigan, Western Michigan. If any of those teams win, they will be seated lower than Omaha. Patriot League, don't have to worry about it. American and Navy, both of those teams are in the 200s. Southland Conference.
By the way, Patriot League, Nick Baugh's on the call for that one tonight.
Yes.
Patriot
Southland
League.
Conference. Again, probably doesn't really matter here because Lamar is close enough to Omaha that it could be a push. I guess if you're a Maverick fan, probably root for McNeese tonight, the favorite, because that's not going to impact Omaha's seeding. And in the SWAC, all of the teams in the net are rated 220th and worse. So there you go. There's a little bit of a guide with the teams underlined and italicized who I think you should be rooting for, Mav fan, over the next few days.
I love it. You know what else I love, John? Replays of things that just happened
incredible.
On the Grum. So if you were just joining us, Nick Grimm was very triggered a few moments ago.
I was.
What happened?
Let's go to the video replay.
Let's go to the videotape
and see why.
But before we get to that, apparently caller Jeff wants to retaliate.
Oh, I love it.
About caller John. So now it's listener on listener crime.
Like
here.
the old
Jeff,
days.
Go for it.
Hi, Jeff. Jeff. Uh-oh.
Hello.
Jeff, hey, what's going on, man? You're on the radio.
It's Jim, so whatever.
Sorry, Jim.
Let's get a up-close look at Nick Grimm. Look at that face. That is the face of a man who has been corrected by one of our guests.
How dare they?
One of our callers. Wow. It's Jim, but whatever.
It's Jim, but whatever.
Some comments coming in. LSD Will, who is better at his job, Matt Rule or Rick Grimm?
I usually get Nate. When somebody gets my name wrong, it's always Nate.
It's our friend Rick Grimm.
Hello, that's me.
Jeff says, can we just make it a thing where the callers just give Nick a wrong name, and then when they get on the radio, they say it's Jeff or whatever. I love that idea.
It's a fun idea.
A great new bit for the Grum. So there you go. Nice to see our callers. Great to hear from them.
It is.
Man.
It always is.
You were
And
so
speaking
mad.
Yeah,
I
you
was
were
very
kind of
mad.
mad there. You were kind of
Hey,
angry there.
real quick, a UNO thing or an Omaha thing. I did get a message from sources. Sources are saying Omaha thinks that they're going to get a 15. So just something to keep an
See,
eye on.
and I do too. I mean, going through that exercise and kind of looking at the lay of the land right now, I think there's a better chance for Omaha to be a 15 than they are in the play-in game. I would put Omaha's chances of being in the play-in game at 5%. And that might be too high.
I was going to say
I'm
that
just
might be
giving
too high,
myself
yeah.
a little breathing room.
Yeah, I think that's too high. But it's always
I
fair,
think
right?
Omaha is avoiding. I think they are avoiding the play-in game, and there is a decent chance they will be a 15 seed, meaning they will be matched up with one of the twos that are out there. And right now on the bracket matrix, the 2 seeds are Alabama, Tennessee, Michigan State, and St. John's. St. John's Omaha matchup. That would be interesting.
That would
be fascinated to see that.
That would be a good time. That would be a good time.
Fascinated to see that.
Yeah.
There's also maybe an outside chance. Iowa State's currently on the 3 seed line. I don't know if they can get to a 2. Maybe if they swept into the if they won the conference tournament. Maybe a Texas Tech. Maybe a Florida, because Florida's certainly on the 1 line. It's kind of between Florida, Alabama, and Tennessee for that last number 1 seed. So those are some possible opponents for the Mavs if they are indeed a 15 seed.
Nice.
And don't forget, we'll have coverage of the entire tournament right here on the stations of the Zone.
Lovely.
I'll be following Creighton. Gary will be following the Mavs. And everything else, Westwood One takes care of. So literally, folks, your home for March Madness in Omaha is truly the stations of the Zone. 1620 the Zone, 1180 the Zone, and maybe News Talk 1290. Coming up next, Dumb Debates.
Lovely.
Woo! On 1620 the Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway. Dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mail in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away. Dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Bum, bum,
When
bum.
a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Big East Cam.
Disseminate.
73-65 right now. Providence is trying to make a comeback, trying to preserve their season. Their season's about to come to an end. They are sub
Sad.
500. But 57.5 seconds left. And Butler is getting ready to move on here at the Big East tournament. They will get the honor of playing St. John's tomorrow at 11 a.m., the number 1 seed. And, of course, later tonight, you got DePaul and Georgetown, the game that Creighton is most interested in on this Wednesday, because that will determine the Blue Jays' first opponent. And then later tonight, last place, Seton Hall, and 6th place, Villanova. This is Dumb Debates. This is when you take over the program, and you do so by sending us your debates into the J-Tech Instruction Zone Twitter page at USC1620. Please use the hashtag Dumb Debates. Or you can send an email to John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, even Nick.
What?
Even Nick at 1620thezone. Not even Nick at 1620thezone.com, just Nick at 1620thezone.com. That is the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally, and we answer the phone on the first ring. Does anyone have one they want to start with?
Yeah, I got one, an email. I think we all got it earlier today from our good friend Star Wars Fiend.
Ah, yes. Jar Jar.
Afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
For the rest of your life, the only money you will receive will be distributed in one of the 3 following ways. $2,000 a week, $10,000 a month, or $1 million as a one-time payment. Which amount are you taking to live off of?
Question.
Answer.
$2,000 a week.
Yep.
That's for the rest of your life?
For the rest of your life. All of these, the first 2 you get every single either week or month forever, but the $1 million was a one-time payment.
Yep.
Well, for those of you math inclined, as I am not, 2,000 times 52 is $104,000.
$10,000 a month would be $120,000 a year.
Correct.
And it
So
would take about
instantly-
9 years to get 9 years to get to $1 million.
Instantly, number 1 is off the table.
Yes. Oh, for sure.
Because you're making more with over the course of a lifetime with number 2, $10,000 a month, than you are with $2,000 a week. So number 1, off the table. Then the question becomes, all right, do you just want the lump sum?
Yep.
Because the same thing happens when people win the lottery, right?
Yep.
Most people, when they win the lot, if they win the Powerball, they take the lump sum, which, you get all at once. Now, you don't potentially get as much over the lifetime of the payments, right?
Mm-hmm.
but you get it all in one big lump sum. Now, when you're talking tens or maybe hundreds of millions of dollars, honestly, you can take that big lump sum and you can do more with it from an investment standpoint.
Can you right now?
Yes, you can. And probably, make all the money that you could possibly need. So very few people take the annuity plan where it's.
I would do it. Yeah, if you're winning the lottery, I would easily take the lump sum and never look back again. This is different though because you cannot survive for the rest of your life on $1 million.
No, not at all.
You could survive the rest of your life on $10,000 a month forever. Now, a couple of things. So I just did the math real fast.
Yeah.
Because as we talked about, so $10K a month is $120,000 a year. To get to $1 million, it would take you 8.3 years. So if you get the $1 million up front, you're already 8 years ahead.
Yep.
And as a lot of people are mentioning, it is about investing. Severe writes, take the $1 million, invest it.
In what?
In something. But, traditionally, look, like the market is I'm not opening my 401k right now, but, there are times where it's booming and there are times where it's going down, but you hope over the lifespan of something that you're doing really, really well, right? You hope that that's the case.
I can't wait to get my $5 when I retire.
I would do the $10,000 a month. I think that is a safer proposition while still more, obviously it's more aggressive than the weekly one. What, you have to wait instead of once a week, you have to wait once every 4 to 5 weeks like that. Okay, that's an easy decision there. And it would take 8 years to get to, it'd be 8 years in April, and then you'd finally reach the original amount of the $1 million bucks. I'm taking the monthly. Give me the 10K and I'll be good to go.
I'm probably leaning the same way. By the way, Butler wins at 75-69.
Nice.
I'm probably leaning your way because you can still, on $10,000 a month, you can, just earmark a part of that towards an investment, right? And then, 8 years in, it really, honestly, this is a great question for a financial expert who could probably tell you a lot more, especially if
I'm going to send it to my advisor and see what he says.
I'm probably leaning towards the $10,000 a month because that's regular and that's always coming in. And at some point, you're going to have the money to invest similarly to the $1 million. It's just, what you're able to live off of. I'd really like to hear what a financial expert has to say. And I'm the last person that should be asking.
My guess is he's going to actually say the $1 million bucks.
Probably.
My guess is he's going to say the $1 million, but he's also really good at what he does.
Yeah.
So that'd be
that's
guess.
Probably the right answer here. It's definitely not one.
No.
It's either 2 or 3, and now that I think more about it, it's probably 3 because now I don't know what you all would think. I wouldn't if that happened today, I would not be retiring.
No, here's the question that I would then follow up with my financial advisor and say, okay, here's what I have debt-wise. Should I pay it all off right away, or should I not be doing that? Like, what's the smartest decision possible to make sure that I am set both currently in terms of comfort, but not too – I'm not going to do anything stupid, but also making sure that I'm good to go at the very end. I'll let you know what he says at a later time. I'll let you know what he says.
I'll take the 10K.
Nick will take the 10K a month.
Nick has the 10K. This question came into the Equitable Bank inbox from Brad. And Brad writes, do you think Nebraska's rise in basketball attendance, regardless of the play on the court, is due to Creighton's success and attendance numbers? I think, this is Brad's opinion, there is a sense of pride among Nebraska fans, and they don't want to be shown up by the Creighton yuppies, in his words. Do you think Nebraska's rise in attendance is in response to Creighton's success and attendance numbers?
Oh, so it's spite.
Yes, it's a spite store like on Curb. No, I do not think that it is because of Creighton. I think that this state, and in particular the Nebraska fan base, has kind of gotten into this, like, we must support them because that is what we should do. Like, I don't know why or when it happened, but it happened at a certain point in time. And John's not even listening. He's just talking to people. But he made a graphic for this discussion. And he's just having conversations with Rob Anderson, Rob Anderson behind John.
Oh,
Hi, Rob. Hi, Rob.
my
John,
name's
you're
Rob.
doing a radio show.
John.
Rob, go away.
John.
We're doing a radio show.
John.
What the hell?
What
Tell
is
Rob
wrong with you?
You're on the air right now, John.
I am on the air, but Rob's leaving. Say bye to Rob, everyone.
But, yeah, we
Say
know
bye,
he's leaving.
Rob.
Rob,
Yeah,
stop
he's
talking to
leaving.
John.
He's busy.
God. You made
Well, he was giving me something. I'm sure you guys made a great point.
Well, we stopped making a point.
Because you weren't paying attention. Daddy left. He abandoned us.
Yeah, we went to get milk.
Sorry. It's a busy place here. There's 18,000 people.
What do you do?
Right now?
What did he do?
18,000
He
people.
tell you
here.
have a game tomorrow? By the way, John, my answer was no. I just think that there's this weird part of the Nebraska fan base that feels like they have to support the team. So I don't think it's because of Creighton. I just think it's because of, I don't know why.
You think it's less spite, more cult?
Yeah, well, look, Nebraska's also been better for the most part over the last decade than they were the decade before that.
I'll answer it earnestly in a minute.
Yeah.
But why would anyone go to a sporting event as a fan to spite another fan base who's not playing in the game?
That's some rent-free stuff going on if that would actually be the
Nobody
case.
is doing that. There is nobody sitting there
I'm
in
going
their
here
house
because of
in
Creighton.
South Lincoln or in Seward going, man, if we don't go to that Nebraska ball game tonight, Creighton's going to have a number on us, and we can't have that. No one's doing that.
No, that'd be
no one
stupid.
is going to invest 3,
Invest?
4, 5 and a
In
half
what?
or 5 hours of their day to spite another fan base. So, no, it is not that. I think, because it is a fascinating discussion, by the way, for those watching it in the stream, we've got a side-by-side here. These are the national average attendance ranks for both teams over the course of the last 25 years, just some random years that I picked. But I think the spike in Nebraska basketball attendance in 2014, absolutely. The new arena, the Haymarket District helped a lot. Because as you can see here, Nebraska in 2010 averaged less than 10,000 people over at the Devaney Center. First year of PBA, 2014, they were 13th in the country, 15,000.
That's crazy.
I mean, new arena smell, and that's the case everywhere. I mean, anywhere that has a new building, you're going to see a lot more fans in that building. I think the reason why it has continued 11, 12 years later is a combination of things. I do think the arena and the district help. It's a lot easier to go to a game there. It's easier to park there. There's more things to do there. It is a good generator of support. But I think the lion's share of why attendance has been in the 14s over the last few years is there is this general heightened interest in Nebraska basketball from the fan base.
I would agree.
That wasn't there, 15 years ago.
100%.
Because there have been a couple NCAA tournament runs. Your point about, going because
you feel like you have to.
No, because that kind of leans back into the whole, is it doing it to spite Creighton? Because I can't imagine someone sitting there in Lincoln again going, oh, man, we got to go to these games just because we feel like we're obligated to go to these
I think
games.
that is the case, so you don't think that's the case?
But as we have seen from the scanned ticket numbers at football games, people aren't obviously obligated to go to those.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think there is just a heightened awareness. It's fascinating because, I think you're seeing it in a lot of areas, not just in Nebraska. Because of the way that entertainment is now consumed, and we have these, we've got so many different ways, and the entertainment dollar has now been kind of fractured. Like all people that watch television aren't watching the main networks; they're watching, streaming. They're watching, Netflix. They're watching, how it's parsed everything out.
Oh yeah,
that in a weird way, I think that has helped live sport attendance across the board, across the country, because people miss the communal event. When the last episode of Friends aired, 40 million people watched. It was a communal event. We don't have those types of communal events anymore in some of the traditional forms of entertainment. But one thing that does have a communal feel,
sports,
and it truly is a communal feel because you're not sharing opinions on Twitter. You're sitting next to the guy next to you.
Ugh.
You're sitting in the arena with 15,000 other people. Is live sports. I think, and I guess I don't have any empirical data to necessarily back this up. But if you looked at Major League Baseball attendance is up at a lot of ballparks across the country. I think it's better than, attendance I think is better than it is in the NBA. So I think there's a part of that too, that people want to go to live sports because they still want to feel the communal event. And so there's an element of that at play as well, not just from a Nebraska standpoint, but I think in a lot of areas.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. That's a really good point. By the way, we got some responses about the money situation. Adam takes in. He says you'd be foolish not to take the $1 million. If you took the $1 million, now he says and invested it. So he's saying all of it.
In what?
For 30 years with a moderate return of 8.5%, you'd have $11.5 million in 30 years. In that same 30 years, you'd only receive $3.4 million over the 30
Great
years.
point.
So but you obviously wouldn't invest all of it. You'd invest what? See, that's the question then. How much do you invest in it? I changed my answer to the million.
But it's not. But I mean, you can end up making more in the long run, and you'd have the money up front. So if you did have to pay off some big bills, or if you wanted to make one nice big purchase, it's there instantly. You'd have it, and then you move on with the rest of your life.
John writes, Johnny Pig rather. Other than name, shape, and purpose, what is the difference between cake, bread, and muffins?
Well, with bread, I think there's more gluten in bread
than there is in both the others.
There is in cake. Cake and muffins are the two that are very close, right? The texture of a muffin, back to the texture conversation. The texture of a muffin.
Oh, interesting. You want to talk about texture now, John? Huh?
Well, yeah. They're same.
Fascinating.
Just like the texture of creamy peanut butter is the same as cream cheese.
Do you think it was just marketing that convinced us as a society
that
muffins were breakfast food?
That is interesting. Yeah, why are muffins a breakfast food?
Muffins shouldn't be a breakfast food if you think about it.
And they should just be like a all-day type of
like
food.
Like a dessert. Pop-Tarts shouldn't be a breakfast food.
It is like a tiny cake.
See, I think we have allowed folks to indulge in breakfast things for dinner or breakfast things for dessert. Absolutely.
Stay tuned to what's for dinner.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Cake and muffins, it's basically the same thing.
There was a girl,
in my opinion.
There was a girl in my high school foods class. She was convinced that cake and cupcakes weren't the same thing.
What?
So our foods teacher baked a cake and baked cupcakes and made her do a blind test in front of all of us in the class. She did.
Yeah, of course she did.
Because cupcakes is cake.
It literally is the same thing. It's just you make it in a smaller little orifice.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
I don't know if orifice is the right word.
Why are we making things in an orifice, Josh?
I don't know.
This is why your food takes are so bad. You think things are made in an orifice.
Some people call it a muffin tin. I call it an orifice tin.
No,
or a muffin orifice.
An orifice. No,
muffin orifice.
You're making muffins sound very undelectable right now.
Am I?
I'm putting muffin orifice on the band name list.
Yes, I'm never going to eat a muffin again.
Starstein says, "What is coffee cake then? What is coffee cake?
Coffee cake is cake."
Yeah, it says it in the title.
I think he's asking
it's
if
called
it breakfast
coffee
or
cake.
dessert.
It's called coffee cake because it was traditionally served with coffee. That's one. You know what? That's one thing I miss. Mom would occasionally make coffee cake, and we would have it for breakfast, and it was wonderful.
Really?
I miss that.
Nice.
Mom, I want a coffee cake.
Keena says muffins have the same texture as sour cream.
I already made that
if
joke.
You're confused. Oh, you did? You didn't make that exact same joke,
Keena
did
just
you?
said it louder.
Oh, interesting. If you're
I'm
confused,
telling you, man. Go ahead.
If you're confused, go check out the crossover.
Yeah, check out the crossover.
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, we talked a lot about Matt Rule today. Let's take this question. It's an older one.
Okay.
From the archives from Ryan.
Hello, Ryan.
If Nebraska does a watch party, talking about the football team, what pizza does Rule order the team?
He's a company man, so he's getting them vowels. He's a company
Is he?
man. He's getting them
Is
back.
he?
You think
he's been kind of pushing back on the
That's
whole
true.
tradition.
That's a
Get
good
rid of the
point.
spring game. Don't schedule anyone in the non-conference.
That's a good
He's pushing
point.
back. I don't think he gets a. I think he gets some.
You think he gets something local?
I think he gets something like a Zio's.
Do people still
a
like
New York slice?
Do people still like Yaya's in Lincoln, John?
What's Yaya's?
It's a local place that's on O Street. It's
As
a
far as I
hipster
know,
place.
I haven't had it for a long time. But I mean, that's certainly a possible candidate. Yeah, if he's sticking just to Lincoln, there's Paisans or Paisanos.
Paisano, yeah. Paisans.
Of course, he might go to Paisans and say, "Hey,
support Burrs, support a former
Burrs.
Skur."
I bet he goes in that vein, though. I bet he goes with like something New York stylish.
Yeah.
I think that's what he does. Now, as far as like what actually is what kind of pizza is it? Pepperoni? Is it combination? Whatever. I mean, that's a whole nother story. I guarantee you there's going to be way too much cheese pizza at this watch party because the kids these days, have to have the cheese pizza. But I think it's a New York-esque slice.
I'm kind of leaning towards barbecue. I think he'd be a barbecue guy.
Well, wasn't the question pizza though?
Yeah,
it's barbecue pizza.
Well, he wouldn't go with just one kind.
I think you missed the question.
I
yeah.
think I did,
Yes,
too.
it was where he would get it
It's
from.
where he's getting it from. Is he
Not
going
the
to
kind.
Val's? Is he going to Godfather's? Is he ordering? You know what would be funny if he just ordered from Domino's or Little Caesars? Hey, do you know I can get 2 of these for $10?
Oh man, that would be.
I wish you could still get 2 pizzas at Little Caesars.
Yeah,
for
John.
$10.
Maybe he would just be a Papa John's guy because it is affordable and you can get a lot of them and they mass produce. Because like in theory, you do probably want more of a mass produced pizza.
Yeah.
Than you want a pizza that a local chain.
Do you think he won't get like little Totino's?
He's got
party
the money,
pizzas?
man. He can afford it.
No, maybe not affordability. It's just more, can this place mass produce pizzas for a football team? That's what you need. You need a place that can make a lot of them in a short amount of time.
Oh, so you're saying that the idea, if you're feeding an entire football team and instead of having your chefs cook you up a bunch of fancy stuff, you just order out and get a whole bunch of different fast food. And then you bring that into your big house, which might be white. And you just pile it up and you say, here, look at all this delicious food.
And then you stand and you do this.
And you do this.
Maybe. John.
By the way, back on that subject,
On
has
Trump?
anyone done a meme where they replace Trump? If you're forgetting what this is, go back to 2017 after Clemson won the national
It was
championship.
either the first or the second time, yeah.
And they're hosting the team at the White House, and Trump had all this fast food brought in from Burger King, from McDonald's, from Wendy's, and it was all piled up neatly. I had all the Burger King burgers over here and the McDonald's burgers over here. And there's this picture of Trump who's kind of standing with his arms out. Has anyone done a meme of the Night King with his arms out, standing behind the food?
I don't believe that I have seen if anyone has done that meme.
That's a challenge for anybody out there. I want to see
John,
what this meme would look like.
you could make it. That's right. You don't use the goat Canva. Never mind, John.
Sad.
Never mind, John. Never mind, John. Very sad. Very sad indeed. Very sad indeed.
Let's see.
I don't have any new ones. So
here's an older one. Let's go with one more here.
Okay.
Darth says
Vader?
No.
Oh.
You're the quarterback of a team, no time left on the clock. You're at the 20-yard line and you need a touchdown to win.
Okay.
So you're 20 yards away from the winning touchdown.
Okay.
Are you throwing it to the star receiver double covered, hoping he comes down with it, or the 5th string receiver who has not had a catch all year?
How open is the ladder?
Let's say he is modestly open, not like wide ass open,
but like decently open.
But let's say
he's Luke Lindenmeyer against Illinois.
Yes, like Luke Lindenmeyer against Illinois. Are you throwing it to the 5th string guy, or are you throwing it to the star receiver in double coverage?
Did it say what level of football this was?
No, it does not.
Because I think that does change.
Because it depends on your quarterback. Can your quarterback make that throw?
Because like if I'm in the NFL, I say let's throw it to the guy who is wide open versus the double team. If I'm in high school, I'm throwing it to my double teamed wide receiver though, and I'm not thinking twice about it. A 5th string high school wide receiver, garbage. 5th string NFL receiver is still in the NFL though.
True.
College, I think I might throw it to the double covered.
It really does depend on the quarterback.
And that too. Yeah. How good of an arm does that quarterback have?
I think I'd take the gamble on the double covered.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think I would throw it to the fifth string guy. I mean, he's on your team for a reason. If he was that bad where he can't make the catch, I mean, how many people are? Let's take it to the take factory, because if a circumstance like that happened, ESPN and the NFL guys would be dissecting it. Well, okay, they threw it to this guy and he's got one catch all year. Meanwhile, here's the star receiver.
Remember
over
the
here.
Josh Allen play? Remember the play that everyone was obsessed with, even though, he was also under a ton of pressure at that moment in time.
Right. So it would get over analyzed to death.
Oh yeah.
But I would probably go with the fifth string guy, because he's on your team because he's obviously can do something. Because if you're throwing it in double coverage, if it's the last play of the game, what are the odds you're going to get a call on a double cover?
Not very high. Not very high.
Because as we know, situational officiating is a disease. They never call those things.
A couple more quickies real fast. Sam, the first, this isn't a question, it's just a comment. First of Aaron Rodgers' 2 Cardinal Hail Marys was to an open-ish Jeff Janis. So there you go. So that's certainly more on the fifth string guy versus the starter. Peter, though, asks, assume Creighton is an 8 or 9, which one seed is the best option to face in the round of 32? So looking at bracket matrix real quick, obviously we're talking about Auburn, we're talking about Duke, and we are talking about Houston and Florida. Who is the best option to get to face in round 2?
Well, if you believe Evan Mia, who has been running all of these simulations this week, it seems like every simulation has Creighton beating Auburn.
Interesting. I was going to say, my answer was going to be Florida.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Houston matchup because they're similar. They're kind of similar-esque to St. John's. Yeah, I'd probably go Florida.
Yeah,
right now, if I had to look at it.
Handshake meme from us.
Actually, you know what I would do? I would like to see Alabama get back into 1 seed. I'd like to see a rematch.
Oh, a little rematch action. Would they try to avoid that, even though it's not a conference game, obviously, but they played in the regular season? Would they try to avoid that?
Because it's not a first-round game, I don't think so. No.
John, we got to go to break. We have a guest coming up.
Yes, we do. We got to do that because we're talking about the Garden in Madison Square Garden next on 1620 The Zone. We are back here at the Garden. It's Garden Cam. We're in between games right now, but getting ready for DePaul and Georgetown, which, of course, is the game that has the most interest of the Creighton Blue Jays on this first day Wednesday, because that will be the Jays' next opponent. The man who is here to cover the Blue Jays for the Omaha World-Herald, who just arrived here in the city, John Walker, joins us on the hotline. John, good afternoon.
What's up, guys? We're approaching good evening territory out in the Big Apple. I'm about to hop on a subway when I get off of here. So who knows what I'm in store for over the next 10 or so minutes, and then for the next half hour after that.
Well, our blessings are with you. We hope you survive. Are you heading to the games tonight?
Yeah, I think I'm going to stop by the later game. Like I said, it'll take me a little bit to get into the city and get to my hotel and checked in and whatnot. But yeah, as soon as I do, I think I'm going to head to the Garden and catch whichever game's going on by the time I get there.
John, obviously not knowing who Creighton will face tomorrow, what do you think of the side of the bracket that they – obviously we knew they'd be on that side of the bracket for, the last few weeks. But the potential draws now, given some of the craziness that happened at the end of the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really favorable draw. I really do, which is nuts to say when you're talking about maybe playing UConn in MSG on Friday night. Like they would turn that thing into store style.
Yeah.
If only for a night. And we know it. So that's going to be the toughest part. But you look at the top half and it's St. John's playing home games, and it's Xavier, one of the hottest teams in the league right now, maybe the hottest. And then it's Marquette. Like you don't want to have to go through those three. And instead, I think Creighton is pretty confident that if they matched up with Georgetown or DePaul again, that they would be able to handle it. It's like 25 straight wins or 22 straight wins over DePaul or something like that. And then I think in the next round, they would be confident that they would not let Liam McNeely drop another 38, and that they would be able to pull that one out, even in a rocking environment. But I think the really interesting thing, guys, is this draw includes Villanova, or a possible matchup with Villanova. And Villanova, much like Xavier, is just kind of a matchup problem for Creighton because of Eric Dixon's ability to stretch the floor and put the ball on the floor and pull Ryan Kalkbrenner away from the basket. So that's maybe the toughest part of this draw. Honestly.
John Walker, the Omaha World-Herald, joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Mac was asked about it on Saturday after the Butler game. We played the audio when he was asked about the Big East tournament and what it means if they were to win it, or, and kind of just alluding to what the motivation level is for this Blue Jay team. And Mac made no bones about it. He said, listen, we will certainly strap it up and play, but our primary goal and focus is the NCAA tournament. I'm curious what you made of that answer and where the Jays' motivation is for the games this week.
Yeah, I think, Monday, ahead of Monday's practice, Mac kind of followed up on that and said, no, it doesn't have the sentimental value to us, a Midwestern school, that, it does to a St. John's or UConn or Nova. But that's when he said, we're still going to strap it up. We're still going to hook it up and let it rip. And guys, Greg McDermott has accomplished a lot. And I mean, a lot in his career. There are only a couple of things that he has not accomplished. And winning a Big East tournament title is one of them. So I think, yes, they are focused on what lies ahead, because they do get more basketball after this week. But you can kind of kill two birds with one stone this week. Like, it's so important. One, if you win a Big East tournament title, you're off the 8-9 line, and you don't have to play a 1 seed in the second round. And then just to say, we won a Big East tournament title, 13 seasons later would be a pretty good feather in these Jays' cap.
So, John, if they're going to do so, beyond the obvious of Kalkbrenner and Ashworth, who is like your best bet to step up and really be a key cog on their way if they're going to get to Saturday night and lift that trophy?
I think it has to be Jackson McAndrew. he kind of caught fire in the last couple of games. He was really motivated. He is really motivated. I think somebody asked him what his expectations were for his first Big East tournament, and before the question could come out of whoever's mouth, he said to win it. Like, make no mistake about it. That's what the freshman wants to do. And he's capable of providing a spark and having an impact on any night. Guys, we've seen that from the first Butler game to the past couple of games, to the Alabama game. I know they lost that one all the way back in December, but he was a big part of that game too. And I think Jemiah Neal, we know what to expect, that even if he is not hitting shots, he's going to try and more often than not succeed to take away the other team's best scorer. Him and Jason Green have shown that they can do that even when their shot's not falling. And whether Jemiah Neal is hitting or Isaac Trout's hitting or whoever, or if they're not, Jackson McAndrew is going to be huge, huge, huge for the Jays, cutting down the nets or leaving New York disappointed again.
John, it's been fascinating to watch the ebb and flow of this season when it comes to shooting percentages. Our friend Matt DeMarinis of White and Blue Review tweeted something out. It was a couple of games ago, but the first 7 games when they went 4-3, they were in the low 30s percentile. That middle stretch where the part of that 9-game winning streak, they were in the upper 30s. Then they went through the month of February and couldn't get above 30%. Yeah. Now the last 2 games, they're hitting 46% of their threes. Is this just something we have to assume is going to continue, that it's going to be we're either really hot or really cold, or can there be a happy medium struck here as we've reached the most important time of the season?
I think it can be a happy medium. But, John, as you've seen over the years, like, if you rely on that, you're done for. Because, it was all of 5 minutes in an 18-0 run where they couldn't hit shots last year, and it was enough for Tennessee to hang on in the end. And that's just kind of how it is this time of year. Like, for any team, Creighton, their earmark is obviously hitting shots. That's what every Greg McDermott team ever has been built around, is its ability to hit shots. But you have to be able to do other things. And I think they can do that this year. I think they have a few more bench pieces to be able to hang in some fast-paced games and to withstand kind of a tournament setting with 3 games in 3 days. They have a rim protector. They have a couple of hard-nosed on-ball defenders. And then just naturally, as we all know, they have one of the best duos in the country with Stephen Ashworth and Ryan Kalkbrenner. So you have to be able to do that. You would love to think that it's going to be a happy medium, or obviously a hot night when it comes to 3-point shooting. But if it's only going to be that, you're probably going to be snake bit at some point this time of year.
John, obviously this is just the second team you've had a chance to cover. I'm curious as to how your view of them going into the postseason today compares to what you saw or what you thought about them at this time last year.
Yeah, it's a lot different. It really is. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. Like, on any given night last year, it was, okay, can you really, and I mean, like, can you really stop Trey, Baylor, Ryan, Steven, and guys, let's be honest, Mason Miller hit 45% of his threes last year. Like, can you stop all 5 of those guys for 40 minutes? Very few teams were able to do that. And we knew that going into March, that few teams were going to be able to do that. I think there are a few more ways to beat the Jays this year because, again, guys, we've seen it since the beginning of the season. If you front and double and crash Ryan Kalkbrenner and force everyone else to hit shots around him, and the Jays are not hitting shots, it can go up in flames just like that. So I still think this team has a lot of ways to win. They have different ways to win than last year, especially defensively. But I still see them, like, I still wouldn't want to, if they sit on the 8-9 line, I still wouldn't want to be a 1 seed and see them in the second round because, again, there is always the shot that Stephen Ashworth can't miss and Ryan Kalkbrenner can't stop rolling to the rim, and Jackson McAndrew chips in this, and Jemiah takes away your best scorer. Like there are so many ways for these Jays to win on any given night. But there's no doubt, guys, that they don't have 2 NBA players in the lineup this year. Like that's just that's just not the reality. There is no Trey Alexander, there is no Baylor Shireman, and it's not that just they had those 2, but they were able to complement those 2 so well. And Creighton has done it differently this year, but a key to the next few weeks, 40 minutes at a time, will be how well the Jays can complement Ryan Kalkbrenner and Stephen Ashworth.
Wrapping things up with John Walker. John, I don't know if you've had a chance to opine yet, but Big East Player of the Year was named today. It's R.J. Lewis Jr., not Ryan Kalkbrenner. Was it a snub?
I think so, and that is not to discredit R.J. Lewis, because we have all watched him hit big shot after big shot after big shot in this topsy-turvy season for St. John's. And I think the difference, guys, is that they won the league by 3 games. I think if it was a game or 2, it'd be a different conversation. But the best player on the best team conversation had a little bit more weight this year than it did last year, just because of how far St. John's ran with it in the end. But I think Ryan Kalkbrenner was snubbed. I really do. The thing I've said for the past 6 weeks, like going back to when R.J. Lewis wasn't in the conversation even, or he was right outside of it, and we knew that it was Cam and Kalk. I said if you have 2 guys with similar offensive output and their teams finished similarly in the standings, but only one of those guys was in the DPOY conversation, isn't that the all-around better player? And if you look at it as valuable, I don't know if any player in the Big East, certainly in the Big East, maybe few in the country have been more important to their teams, especially this season, than Ryan Kalkbrenner has. So I think he was snubbed. I had an Associated Press all Big East ballot this year, and Kalk was my Player of the Year for those reasons.
John Walker, Omaha World Herald. John, we'll see you here at the arena. Appreciate the time. Travel safe.
Thanks, guys. See you at the Garden.
Thank you, John.
John Walker of the Omaha World Herald. We will address that subject and more coming up in content, which is next. They have just tipped off between Georgetown and DePaul. Winner to face Creighton tomorrow night. We'll have the coverage right here on the Zone, starting at 5:30, right after Unsportsmanlike Conduct, live from Prairie Flower Casino in Carter Lake. That's where Josh and Mike Schaefer will be tomorrow. Is that not correct?
That is correct, John. We'll be hanging out there. We'll be off a little early because of the basketball game tomorrow night, but we'll also be getting you ready for 1620, the watch party, which is a opportunity for you to watch First Round in Style with 9 of your friends a week from Friday at the Prairie Flower Casino Sky Bar and Grill. $400 restaurant tab as well. You can enter now through Sunday at 1620thezone.com. I'll be hanging out there for a few hours next Friday. It is going to be a way to watch the basketball in style.
So go see the boys tomorrow at Prairie Flower Casino in Carter Lake on 1620 The Zone. John Bishop here for On the Line, where you have the opportunity as a fan to get engaged with your favorite school's NIL efforts. It's called Gamifying Your Giving, and here's how it works. On the Line, based in Omaha, Nebraska, partners with all 3 major Division I programs, the Huskers, the Blue Jays, the Mavericks, and you pick your favorite team when you visit athleticsontheline.com. Pick any measurable metric. Could be points in basketball, could be free throws in basketball, could be home runs in baseball, could be touchdowns in football. Whatever that metric is, you pick the metric, then you attach a dollar figure to that metric, and for every time that metric hits, that becomes a donation to your favorite school's NIL efforts. And you can attach whatever dollar figure it is, so you can make it very affordable, but it also makes it fun. Think of it as when your team rewards you, you reward your team. So visit On the Line today at athleticsontheline.com. That's the website, athleticsontheline.com. Be a part of the action, not get in part of the action. Be a part of the action with On the Line. athleticsontheline.com.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
That's Georgetown DePaul. Oh my God, we're missing again. There we are. Georgetown DePaul just underway 8-8. With 16 minutes to go in the first half. Winner to face Creighton tomorrow night. Game you can hear right here on 1620 The Zone, 6 p.m. tip-off. And with that, Nick Grimm, what you got cooked up in content?
1 second, had to dig through my email. You sent it so early.
You
John.
responded to it, Nick.
I didn't realize that was. John sent me like 5 emails that had
I didn't send
audio.
you anything. These are all yours. You totally made up all of these questions by yourself. I sent you nothing.
Either way, I got like 50 email, not 50. I got like 5 different emails that had different audio on it. Boom to boom to boom to boom.
Yeah, I'm
Things
sure
got
all
buried.
the emails were named Jeff too.
Yep. Ryan Kalkbrenner did not earn Big East Player of the Year. That award went to St. John's R.J. Lewis. Was this a good decision by the coaches?
Well, you just heard John Walker. He thought it was a snub. So what I did, I put a little side by side together. Got some traditional statistics and some analytic statistics, courtesy of our good buddy Bart.
Bart!
And as you can see, in all of these side-by-side categories, Kalkbrenner is better in every one of them in which there are comparable stats, except for free throws.
Well, that's obviously the thing that, helped him out.
Free throw percentage.
Mm-hmm.
Free throw percentage. But Kalkbrenner was second in scoring. Lewis was fourth. Kalkbrenner was first in rebounds. Lewis was sixth. Field goal percentage, Kalkbrenner first. Lewis ninth. Now, steals and blocks, they kind of offset each other, right? Because Kalkbrenner led the conference in blocks. Lewis was pretty good at steals, and Kalkbrenner's not known for stealing. Lewis isn't known for blocking shots. So those kind of set each other off. But take a look at the analytics.
Okay. Oh, these are nerd stats.
The Porpagatu.
Don't care about no
Domo
Porpagatu.
Bato, Mr. Porpagatu. In Bart Torvik's offensive Porpagatu. Basically, it's like points above replacement.
Okay.
Kalkbrenner was second in the Big East. Lewis was 10th in offense. On defense, they were tied. I mean, I think Ryan Kalkbrenner should have been Player of the Year. Was it such a bad oversight to vote Lewis Player of the Year? No. But I have a feeling that a lot of people did what I think is the biggest crime when voting for MVPs or Player of the Year, and that is you got to pick the best player from the best team. No, you do not. It is not the best player on the best team. It is supposed to be for the best individual in the sport. Only look at the team results as the last tiebreaker. Everything else has to come first. Here's the other thing. Here's to me is what the biggest argument for Kalkbrenner.
Okay.
If you take Kalkbrenner off of Creighton and you take Lewis off of St. John's, what happens to those teams? Kalkbrenner has a much, much, much bigger impact.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to argue with anything you just said. It definitely helps that he was on St. John's, not only the team that was first, but also a team that had not been first in the conference in many, many years. You look at the rest of the numbers, I mean, it's pretty wild how he just kind of dominates in every single category.
Maybe the voters were just confused and they thought who had the best sea shanty.
Maybe that's what it was. Good call.
Well,
Nick.
the coaches picked this, so I don't think. I mean, so
coaches like sea shanties too, John.
Only Rick Pitino because he participated in one.
After one of their worst regular seasons in years, Gonzaga got revenge on St. Mary's and picked up their 20th West Coast Conference Tournament title. What seed will the Zags be?
So if you go to Bracket Matrix right now, we've talked about them at various points over the last couple of weeks. Even though they're super high in the net, they are 8th on the seed line. I'm going to guess it's actually around there. I thought that there could be an interesting test case just given, again, how high they are in the advanced numbers and some of the stuff that the committee is going to go with. But I think they're going to be in that 7 to 8 range. I don't think that they're going to get propped up even with their conference tournament title.
I think they move up to a 7.
You do?
I think they move up to a 7. I don't think Gonzaga stays on the 8-9 line with the win. Granted, it doesn't erase both losses to St. Mary's, but it does avenge, at least part of it. And I think their reputation, their name will bump them up along with this recent performance. So I think Gonzaga will be a 7 seed come Selection Sunday.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Check out the court the Big 12 is using for their conference tournament. Ugh. It's got all these Roman numeral 12s everywhere. The folks on Twitter hate it, but Commissioner Brett Yormark says the kids love it.
Every student athlete that walked on that court last week came up to me and said, Brett, it's fantastic. They took selfies. They loved it. Today, I got here very early. Iowa State practiced, and the entire team said, love it. Love being on there. I think it's aspirational. That's our stage. And we wanted to make a profound statement. And I think we did, and I love it. And listen, in life, you never get it perfectly correct. But I think the people that matter most, that are weighing in, really love it, and that's what matters to me.
So first of all, a couple things. This is the college administrative version of big, strong men with tears in their eyes.
Yep.
Came up and said, sir. Also, John, you better not defend this stupid court, because for years, you
Why would I defend this? This is hideous.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure. You're a contrarian
Why would you
these
think
days.
Why would you think I would like this?
The way that Nick wrote the question of people, the folks on Twitter hate it, made it seem like you might be zagging against the hatred. So
you are way too John is conspiracy theory or contrarian pill.
I don't think so.
No, you are way too. I'm conspiracy thery.
You're not conspiracy. You're contrarian pill.
Whatever. This is a terrible court.
All right, I'm proud
this looks
of you.
obvious and
obvious.
One of the dumbest things you could ever say is, "Well, the kids like it."
Exactly.
No.
They like alternate uniforms that are bad.
Yeah. Kids also might like to have ice cream for dinner. No, that's not a good idea.
That sounds great.
Is it ice cream or cream juice?
And the people that are most important, Brett Yormark, are not the players. It's the people watching the games. Because without them, you got none of this.
Go up to Ryan Kalkbrenner and say, "You don't matter. I matter. I watch the games."
No, that's
Thank
not
God
what
he
I'm
didn't win
saying.
Player of the Year.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying none of this exists without the people watching the games. And this is hideous.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
This is dumb. And of course, Larry Scott 2.0 would think this is a good idea.
Yeah, pretty bad.
And finally, fellas, WOWT's John Nicely signs off for the final time tonight on Channel 6 after 50 years on the air. Do we have the drop? Where's the drop?
Do we have it?
Play the drop!
Nick, you play it.
And additionally, Mr. Penis also getting a sidekick, a smaller net named Benson.
Good times. That was back when the show liked saying penis.
Penis.
They said it a lot.
Happy retirement, John Nicely.
End of an era.
It is. End of an era. 50 years, man. I still remember when he was the sports guy on Channel 6. That's how old I am.
Dude, you are old as hell.
I am old as hell. But happy retirement, John. Thanks for all of your great
Thank you.
service to the Omaha community.
Nice.
Could you imagine working with us for 50 years, John?
No.
No.
No. No way.
No.
No way.
No.
Coming up in dinner, apparently some very important breaking news in the world of fast food side dishes.
Oh, interesting.
That we have to get to when we continue on 1620 The Zone. I want to remind you, though, that we have another super neato cool contest that's coming up. It was so super cool and neato. We did it last year. The people loved it. And now we're doing it again.
Oh.
But we really can't say what it is.
Oh.
Because it's censored.
Oh.
It's censored 1620. But here's how it works. In the college basketball championship, there is, when you get to the second weekend of the championship, there are 16 teams that are left. And this is your chance to register until March 23rd at 1620thezone.com. We are going to then pick 16 of our listeners to be paired with those 16 teams. And on April 7th, after the champion is crowned, you will win. The winner who is paired with the overall champion will win $1,620. Second place gets $500. And if your team makes the ultimate foursome,
yeah,
you get at least $100.
Oh, that's
a
neat.
piece. It's that simple. So go to 1620thezone.com/censored1620 right now to be a part of Censored 1620. Again, 1620thezone.com/censored1620.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I'm not sure, but one of the reasons why Mr. Anderson was talking to me during dumb debates was we were exchanging thoughts on what to do for dinner tonight.
Instead of being engaged with us on our show,
You get paid to do this show, not to eat dinner with Rob.
you're talking about your date with Rob.
Interesting. Fascinating stuff, John.
I'm just planning ahead, but there is a local restaurant here called American Whiskey that
Sbarro.
is no, it's not Sbarro, but has hosted us in the past, and I might be going there after this DePaul Georgetown game tonight. They have a have a really interesting menu, and I'm thinking that's where I'm going to go.
Nice. I think I'm doing breakfast for dinner.
Nice.
Because we have some leftover bacon, so either a burrito or a bagel sandwich with no cream cheese.
Nice.
Yeah.
Frozen pizza tonight. Gonna keep it
Frozen
simple.
pizza. John, before you get to the news, you did ask, has anybody ever done a meme of the Night King? Shout out to friend of the Grum, Jordan, who has given you what you wanted, and it's the Night King with all of the fast food.
It looks great. It's so perfect.
Hamburgers.
It's so perfect. Take a look at this food. Take a look at this food.
Yep, there you go.
I don't eat any of it because I'm like a ghost.
All right, now we have to get to the news, though, John.
Yeah.
There is some very, 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 very good news.
Very good news.
Very good news.
So this is from Inspired Stories, apparently. I guess this is
Sounds
some
real
kind of
to me, John.
Some kind of a site that covers like the food industry, I guess. I don't know.
Awesome.
But Arby's
has
announced that they are bringing back potato cakes, and they will apparently sue themselves if they ever disappear.
What?
Can you do that?
The iconic crispy golden Arby's potato cakes are officially back on the menu. They recently made a comeback only to disappear again, leaving customers on an emotional roller coaster. That's why this time the return of the potato cakes is backed by the creation of a, quote, pre-class action lawsuit.
Incredible.
A bold move to show how serious Arby's is about keeping them on the menu for good. Apparently, they are promising that they will not take them off the menu.
Good.
But I guess there's some. It says if potato cakes are removed from the menu before December 31st, 2026, Arby's will pay $1 million worth of Arby's food to be split amongst the class action suers.
That's incredible.
Wow.
Great content all around.
Have a great rest of your night.
Bye.
Good night, everybody.